Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The reboot of the Off Label podcast here. I am Drunken Senpai. We got a great show for you tonight. We kind of scrapped everything from the very beginning and we're running with something completely different this time. We do have some major changes coming up, but before we get into any of that, while you're listening to the show, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think to yourself as you are listening to what happens tonight. This is your tax dollars at work. Are you happy with this representation? Let's go ahead and get into it.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
I kind of almost forgot that song and how everybody dances in the background when that plays. But once again, back with us again. Ashley, how you doing today?
What is up? Long time no see. I am good. How are you guys?
I'm good myself. We also have with us tonight Troublemaker Davey. Davey, how
Hi,
you doing?
folks. Hi, how's everybody doing tonight? I'm kind of in this like jerry-rigged little corner here, but we'll make it work. We'll see,
Right.
we'll see what happens.
Right. So before we really get into the story and everything like that, we do have some major updates. Yes, we are returning, I guess would be the best word. There will be some major changes. The reason why we took a very, very long hiatus is we kind of got busy in our personal lives, and Ashley's personal life has taken off faster than what we expected. Ashley, tell us what you got going on now.
Yeah, so I have a lot of things happening right now, and I'm trying to figure out how to balance all of them. But I'm still doing YouTube and all of that, and I'm also now working with the Publica and making some video content over there for them, and that's been super fun and learning a lot. And then I am currently writing at Wrong Speak, but I'm only doing like one article a month there currently. So yeah, just lots of stuff going on, and quite honestly, my internet can't handle live streaming. It just doesn't. It's just progressively gotten worse and worse over the past like year and a half, and I was just getting really frustrated, and I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be the best co-host for a live show if my internet can't even keep up. So
Can't wait for that free one, can you? No, it's going to be great.
What?
That free internet, because eventually they're going to want to give everybody free internet. That's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's probably going to be like what I have right now, I swear.
Well, it is, but it's also going to be curated, because if you're getting things from the government can tell you what you can and cannot see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
If they're paying for it,
Interesting.
they can control it.
They paid for it, you eat it.
I need some of the Elon Musk internet. I need some of that Starlink. That's what I want. I gotta save up and get some of that.
I'm looking for property in Montana. I think that's what I'm going to go with when I get that.
All right. Unfortunately, for some reason, the Rumble ingest didn't work and the Twitter ingest didn't work. So we are only on YouTube tonight. I will take this episode, I will download it, and I will upload it to all the other places. I am now on the X platform on my own account. It's Drunken Senpai at Drunken Senpai 85. I'm a clown on there. I'm an ass on there. Follow at your own risk. That's all I got to say. Ashley knows. But
Facts.
I'm sure Davey does too. Davey's come across mine, and there are times where he's even just asked me, "What the fuck?" So, yeah. But we do have a little bit of changes going on. With Ashley's life picking up, her internet being horrible and everything like that. She will be leaving the show.
Yeah.
The person that will be taking her spot is with us tonight. That is Troublemaker Davey. We will be doing this every Thursday now at 8:30. 8:30. Well, 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central. Yeah, because this is really the best time for Davey now at this point in time.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I got that hour. I got that hour drive home. It's no longer 6 minutes, but you know what? It is what it is.
right.
Life moves on.
Maybe at some point in times when things come back, Ashley can pick back up with us as well if she would like to. She's always welcome to stop by at any point in time. Do you want to stay with us tonight, or are you gonna head on out?
I am gonna jet tonight. I have a lot to do tomorrow. So. but yeah, like me leaving, there's no ill will. There's nothing bad happened. It's just I think I kind of when I started my YouTube and that took off so quickly, and I was just so excited to do other stuff and do more, and then just we realized like how much more that entails and all of that, so just one of those things. But I think I bit off more than I could chew at the beginning, and I've been kind of slow going it for a while here. So, but yeah, so thank you guys for taking over, and thank you, Davey, for coming on and replacing me. I could think of no better person, okay, to fill my shoes.
You can think of 1,000 better people. Shut your face.
No,
I don't know if they would work well with me though. So
this is
yeah,
true.
exactly.
You're right.
You're right. It's a good dynamic. We got the hold on. We got the I'm trying to find my finger. We got the sugar and the spice. That's what this is. Okay.
I'm more like adobo. That's what I heard anyway.
But yeah,
I'd never. I listen. This is your guys' stuff, and I spoke to Rich about it, and and said, "Do you want to just do this and and take over?" Because for Ashley and I said, of course I would absolutely love to keep this going for you guys, and I'm not here to take over your spot. You, like Rich said, you always have a spot here. This is yours. I'm just I'm just trying to help out, I guess, a little bit. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to be nice, and it's hard for me to be nice, and I don't know the words to use. I'm not used to being nice. Yes, I am, but still. But no, I would. No, this is this. I would never be able to replace what you guys have started to build, and and I'm hoping I can make you proud, unlike my parents.
This is what it's going to be like, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm already proud of you. It's okay. I'm already proud of you. No, yeah, hopefully, hopefully when I figure out just the balance of everything, because I'm still trying to figure that out, honestly. But when I get that down and am able to kind of up my connection over here, so it's a little bit better, then yeah, maybe we can. I can at least hop back on more often. I'll say that much. But thank you so much, Jackie. I really appreciate it. But no, it was fun doing the show. And like I said, I think it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be really great with you two. So thanks so much. And yeah, and I hope everybody enjoys watching. And I hope you guys can build something even better.
Oh, we're going to have some fun tonight.
Yeah. Let's just hope it's not 6 hours. Like we gotta condense everything.
Yeah,
and make it...
yeah. I don't know how you guys stream that long, dude. I'm like that. There was one night where I was practically falling asleep. I should have just left. should have just been like, I can't anymore. I gotta go. I'm an old lady. Like, I'm about to go. You know what I'm gonna do after I get done? I'm gonna go sit down and watch a show and crochet for like half an hour, and then I'm gonna take I'm gonna go to bed. That's what I'm gonna do. I was trying not to swear. Sorry.
Listen, I kind of start telling him, and I've told Amanda this. Like, I have to tell Rich like at like hour 4 that I've only got like a half hour left, and that means I got 3.5 hours left. So it's like, it just keeps going. Like every time we get on a topic, like that was the day we did the Tim Pool thing. And we got through an hour. If we did 7 hours, we got through 1 hour of Tim Pool with Shank on. And like it was starting to get to the part where we started to want to talk bad about Shank, and we never got to that part. And it was just like, well, there's 7 hours. All right.
Yeah, Haley
never get to hour 2.
Haley was with us. We got like as soon as she dropped off, that's when the part that she wanted to be involved in started playing, and I was like, that's
no.
Yeah. So I had her back on, and we just went through that whole little part again because it was just bad.
Of the Tim Pool and with Chank on when he went
Chank
on
yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, when we did it with Haley, when we did it with Haley, it was the Canadian guy,
Stephen Marsh one.
Yeah, and that's the one I left early. But I'm talking about the one before that. I forget if it was just me or you or something like that. And
that was just me and you.
Yeah, we were doing the Chank one, however, the Shrek. I'll call him Shrek. We were doing the one about Shrek, and we got only an hour through it, and we did 7 hours. But it's ADD. Like, it just, with the way my mind works, is like it leads to something else, and I kind of hate it, but I kind of love it at the same time because I'm like, ooh, a trailer. Like, it'll take me into somewhere else. And with Rich, he loves to talk, and we just, I don't know. Like I said, we got to kind of keep this to like a couple hours only.
You gotta be more structured, guys. You gotta be more structured.
Yeah,
we're definitely gonna do that for this one. But on my other channel, I've stopped with YouTube altogether because the last time I got a hit for medical misinformation because I was covering the first Republican debate, and they started talking about the jab, and I got hit with medical misinformation for that, and I was just like, I'm done with YouTube. I'm just straight up done. So I've been on Rumble. And I've been listening to, like, I had a whole little show planned out for articles and things like we normally do. And then I came across this today because, on my Rumble channel, I brought it to X as well, where we just sit here and listen to committee hearings. We'll go through the committee hearings because listening to the people that, we elect firsthand instead of these little sound bites, because you hear these sound bites and people think, hey, they're doing good. Until they're saying what you want them to say, kind of thing. Until you realize where they come from in these committee hearings, like, you could have, say, like the IRS whistleblower hearing, and they're talking about racism in the IRS whistleblower hearing, and you get clips of that, and you're like, they're off top. What do you mean? What is this about?
Here? Yeah.
The Biden impeachment one was the same thing. They were talking about just Trump with that. It wasn't about Trump. It was about Biden.
For sure. And I think, most people don't have the time to go and listen to that type of stuff. Like it's hours and hours worth of people talking. And so all they have are the sound bites and sound clips and stuff like that. And it's just like, people are probably taking that way out of context in many instances, or, trying to edit it in a certain way. Like, it's just not good. Yeah. So that'll be cool.
So yeah, we're gonna go through one tonight.
It's a good thing he does, like, because, like I said, nobody listens to those things.
No.
So and so it's a good thing that he does, and he told me about it today, and I just happened to click, and I saw the wonderfully enchanted Daniel Goldberg. He's such a beautiful putz. I tell you. He's so dumb. He actually went, oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I heard him go, oh, yeah? And I went, you're dumb. But, yeah. But it's
so you guys are about to hear from your actual elected officials. And look, screw it. It's me and Davey's show now. The sheer stupidity that comes out of these people's mouths for these things. Oh
He's
no!
I know. I love it.
I'm gonna do it.
He's
I'm
like, Ashley's gone. I'm gonna say some crazy shit.
Hey, I don't have to pull punches.
Mom's
now.
out of the house now, guys. Let's just.
I don't have to pull
The
punches
dishes
now.
are done, man.
We're not on your channel either. So
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that was mostly the reason. Is just because like, please don't tear down my channel. I magically have it, like, and it's pretty good. I'm still not sure how.
Don't ruin this for me, Rich. Don't ruin this for me.
I don't know if I could do that a second time. Get over 100,000 subscribers. Like that's crazy.
In just a month or two, and yeah.
It took a lot long. It took a lot longer. It took like 4 months to get to 100K. So, but that's weird. That's not normal.
No, it's not. It's not normal at all. But
no, madam, you broke the mold. I'll tell you that right now.
Somebody, man, that's funny that you said that because that phrase entered into my head like today. I think somebody had commented. It's really weird to see somebody that was so far left, like who has like woken up and is now like nothing like that anymore. And I was like, I broke the mold. I don't know what to say, man. Like, but no, it was.
But it is absolutely true. You really did because a lot of people don't have that aha moment. And it's good to see when people have that aha moment. And that was one of the reasons I started following you is because I saw that aha moment coming, and I was like, "Ooh, she's very intriguing," and what's that? And now, even though we haven't talked in months, we're still friends. Like and it's like it's kind of cool to see,
sure.
and to see what you're doing now from where I first started to follow you. I'm so happy for you. I'm so proud of you. You've done a lot since I first saw your dumb face on my TikTok.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for you, man. And you deserve it. And you've worked. And it doesn't matter what anybody says. Like the shit that you've gone through, like so from when you started to what you are now, and you still get a lot of shit from a lot of different people. And people don't realize that the mental toll that takes on you, being told you're wrong about this, being told you're wrong about that, still having to live your own life, with tiny children who are probably like 40 now, trying to deal with everyday life and have these nothings and these nobodies tell you that you're wrong or, praising you for you being right. Like you've come through a lot of shit. And for you to still be the strong person you are today, it takes a lot, man. And kind of look up to that. I said kind of, not fucking fully. Don't get me my words twisted, madam.
Don't get a fucking ego, okay? No, I appreciate that, man. That really means a whole lot because I don't feel like I'm really worthy of all of that, but it's really nice to hear. It really is.
Well, listen, I've told you since
it's been a trip,
became
man.
friends. You're worthy of it. You still got that. Oh, gee, guys, I don't, but yeah, you do. You do. I get it, and but you do. You take a lot of shit and you do a lot of shit. So keep moving. Keep doing what you're doing, madam.
Man, you just gave me like a month's worth of motivation right now. Thank you, man. Thank you.
I'll see you in 6 months.
No. I tuned out of like every conversation, I don't know. I was like, I gotta like focus up right now. Like I gotta figure out things. But no, like a lot of stuff.
I texted you and you never texted me back. Neither of us fucking texted each other.
Yeah, no, that's very true. This is accurate.
How are you? How you been? Hello.
We'll have to,
are you gonna text me back?
We'll have to get my Discord up and running because nobody even knows that exists. So
I mean,
I've
got the basics of it, but we weren't that kind of just fell off. It was about that time when everything started to increase, and we were just kind of like busy. So
my plan was for it to be like like a membership type of thing, and then I never really did memberships on my channel because I'm like I'm not consistent enough to do memberships. I wouldn't feel right about that. And I have like my buy me a coffee little memberships going on over there with like my one solid member, Mark. He's a real one, man. We love Mark. Okay, we stand Mark.
You're a good man, Mark. You're a good fucking man.
But no, yeah, so that was my intention for it, to have it like less chaotic, but I've been kind of mulling over whether I should just like just throw it out. Just come join us and talk and say things. I haven't decided yet though.
Let me know if you want that to happen. Although I will say this, I will never moderate. Do not give me that power. I mean,
yeah, that's it. Well, that's
I'm kind of an admin on that, but I'm not going to be like doing anything in that in any way because I don't know. Because I'll see some dumb fight going on and I'll just get rid of you both. No, this is, you want to fight about something real, fight about something real. I'll get the popcorn, but we're not going to fight about dumb shit. No.
Yeah. Yeah. Moderators are always difficult to find. Good ones, especially anyway. Good ones that, yeah, ones that know, because I don't know the platform well enough. Like, I would just like have it and just pop in and be like, hello, and then run away. But yeah, no.
Yeah. All right.
But anyway, I'm going to pop off and
jump into
you guys,
this.
Yeah, you guys do your actual show and I'm going to just disappear, get out of your hair. But thank you guys so much for having me on. And yeah, and I'll be watching and popping in to comment when I can and all that good stuff.
All right.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats
on
everything.
You're welcome back anytime.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Just make sure you call first and ask.
Yeah.
And then we'll let you on.
I'm never going to ask. And if I don't ask, I'm never getting in. So it's a win-win for you.
Do like David did to you and ask like 2 hours before the show.
Hey, person I've never talked to before. Can you join us tonight? No, bro. No, my life is too chaotic for that.
But look at where we are now.
Yeah, no. It's,
that was
it's
hilarious.
Awesome.
But take care, and we will see you again very, very soon.
All right, bye, guys.
Talk to you later.
Take it easy.
Later.
Okay. Now, I'm going to set this up for you guys before we get into this. Because like I said, I want you to remember this comment. This is your tax dollars at work. Are you happy with this representation? This is a hearing on the weaponization of the federal government. Now, they've had a few of these as they go on. This is talking about, how the FBI is going after the American citizens, how the FBI is tracking everybody who's a Trump supporter. There's even stories out there now of they're looking for information in the Jack Smith January 6th trial for anybody who ever liked or retweeted or even commented something good on any of Donald Trump's posts from Twitter. They're tracking you. Okay. This is the weaponization they're talking about, how they're only doing one-sided things. Like in this point, I will bring it up. They kind of, one person talks about this, half talks about it. But on May 29th, 2020, when BLM and Antifa were rioting and burning down DC, do you realize that every single person that was arrested, all charges have been dropped from them? Every single one.
There was people charged that day?
Yes. They were arrested. They were charged. And right before the trials were supposed to begin, all charges dropped on every single person. Yet, people who didn't even enter the Capitol are spending years in prison for January 6th. This is the weaponization that, they talk about. These are the things that they're going over and talking about in this committee hearing. I want you to listen to every single person that's a Democrat. Listen to the way they try to derail the conversation. Listen to the way they actually attack the witnesses. Except for one. This is a game we like to play on my channel where we listen to these committee hearings, and I call it Spot the Shill, because there's usually one person there that's, just for the Democrats to question. And that's all the question. It's just that one person. And we usually play it when, they give their opening speeches. And we say spot the shill. We kind of decide who the shill is in the crowd. We see if we're right or not as it progresses. But this is one of the worst I have ever seen. And there's another one that actually happened right after this one on the same day that kind of falls in line. It's on the same level of crap. You know what? Screw it. It's the same level of bullshit. And you're going to actually hear what these people do say. You're going to hear firsthand, not from sound clips, not from little things about this and this where you don't even know where it comes from. You're going to hear firsthand what these people talk about. It's stupid. Now, like I said, hearing on the weaponization of the federal government. Let's go ahead.
Subcommittee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare recess anytime. We welcome
of course, that's Jim Jordan.
Today's hearing on the weaponization of the federal government. We welcome our witnesses, and we'll introduce you here in a second and swear you in. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky to lead us all in the pledge. So if you all stand.
This is going to be a long episode tonight, guys. We won't do it another long episode again. We'll usually try to keep it around hour and a half, 2 hours. Maybe a little bit longer than that, but yeah.
We appreciate
justice for all.
That was Stacey Plaskett, and you will see why in just a minute. Why she was so loud with that.
We will now begin today's hearing with opening statements. Start with the chair. One of the most egregious forms of the weaponization that this subcommittee has worked to expose is the coercion of social media companies by the federal government. And we wouldn't know anything that we know today. We wouldn't have learned and had the reports we've had without the work of Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger, Barry Weiss, and other journalists who wrote the Twitter files and first exposed these efforts. Their important work was first made possible because of Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter and his commitment to free speech. The path for getting this information, the path for getting this information out has not been easy. Finding the truth never is. Instead, we were obstructed at almost every turn, and many of the people who sought to help us expose the censorship industrial complex, as Mr. Taibbi and Mr. Schellenberger have, I think, appropriately labeled it, have been targeted. On December 10th of 2022, after the first Twitter files came out, Mr. Musk tweeted that Twitter is, quote, that Twitter is both a social media company and a crime scene. 3 days later, the Federal Trade Commission sent Elon Musk a letter demanding to know the identity of the Twitter files authors and inundated the company with harassing requests for information. Literally 3 days after, named 4 journalists by name. And while Twitter put this information out voluntarily, the other platforms were not as forthcoming. Instead, we had to subpoena them in February of this year, fought with them for months, had to threaten contempt before getting substantive information about government's efforts to censor the American people. And when we first had Mr. Taibbi and Mr. Schellenberger testify back in March, an IRS agent showed up at Matt Taibbi's door. I mean, think about this. I've told this story numerous times. Mm-hmm. There's not one person I've told this story to, not one group I've spoken to, where I say, while they are testifying, while Mr. Taibbi is testifying in front of the committee about the weaponization of government, the IRS was actually at that very moment knocking on his door. There's not one person who thinks that was just chance.
No, that's definitely not just chance. How many times have we heard story after story of that happening?
Just happened to Sarah Fields a couple months ago.
Yeah, she wrote stories of the cartels, them having Hamas training camps right across the border, and those people actually come into the country, do training, and that they go back over the border. And now the FBI is wanting to talk to her about that. They've been at her door constantly. This is not just chance, ladies and gentlemen. This is the things that are happening in the Biden administration. They're coming for you. They're coming for me. They're coming for anybody that speaks out. That's not just chance. There was that the story of the January 6th dad who got on a plane and noticed his son's ticket has SSSS as a special code, which means you're on a watch list. I got that. Even before I started speaking out, somehow I got that. That's why, I always thought, I was always wondering when I got on planes and everything, why it took like 45 minutes to an hour for me to just get my ticket, not just wait there for the plane, not just to get onto the plane, just to get my ticket. Why I had to wait that long every time I went to the airport. Now I know why. And what have I done other than be a dick on the internet? Let's go.
This happened to, it was all a coincidence. Not one person believed. Everyone understands that to be the intimidation from our federal government. Now, the good news is this led to a sweeping investigation of the IRS's home visits. And the best news is the IRS has said they will no longer be making unannounced visits to American citizens' homes. It's interesting that the commissioner actually said,
what about those 87,000 IRS agents armed?
To protect
what about them?
The security of our agents. Baloney, they're doing it because we caught them. And we made an issue of it. And the American people understand that that is wrong. This subcommittee's work has also included putting out reports showing how
what does the IRS need to show up at your door for anyway?
Agency into the disinformation.
It's an ambush tactic.
But it has to do with taxes. The fuck are they doing at your front door?
It's an ambush tactic.
Yeah, I know.
To get you when you least expect it, to have you rattled, to have you unprepared, so that way they can get you on something. Because you may not have your tax returns readily available.
Because you didn't pay fucking your $4 for the Tyson chicken? They want to show up at your front door? Like, excuse me, sir. You did not pay your taxes on those pleated pants.
You know what? You're joking, but it happens.
I know.
Not to that extent, but it happens.
But that's what I mean. Like, what this is what we're paying for. This is what we're paying our tax dollars for. So somebody could show up at your door and go, "Hey, you didn't pay me enough."
Right?
That's not what we're supposed to be about.
It doesn't matter that you're already paying 30 to 37% of your income in taxes. You get taxed on everything you buy. You get taxed on everything you own. You have property. Guess what? You're paying taxes yearly on that. You pay taxes on taxes on taxes on taxes.
And now, remember that $600? Remember that $600? Now on whatchamacallit? On Venmo and all that stuff. So now they want to tax you on money that you've already been taxed on to pay for bills that you're already taxed on, and they want to tax you for giving somebody else money to pay for that stuff. Like if you have a roommate or something and you got to send it through Venmo or PayPal or something like that, or Cash App. They want to tax you on that. That's another tax on top of another tax on top of another tax.
Yep.
And then, and those taxes they're paying for those people who show up at your door that, you didn't pay the $4 taxes on those pleated pants.
Right. But let's keep going.
Police and how the FBI coordinated with a compromised Ukrainian intelligence agency. That actually happened. We were also able to expose how the other platforms were pressured to change their behavior,
including YouTube.
Facebook.
That information just came out today.
Threatened by the White House directly and changed its behavior for fear of retribution. And just
but let's
this
be
morning,
honest, we already knew
released
YouTube was doing it.
information showing the same thing happened with YouTube.
Said they were doing it.
While we have more information forthcoming, it's impossible to get a full accounting of the government's censorship efforts when the government actors involved will not participate with our constitutional duty to do oversight. That's why today we are serving subpoenas to former White House employees Rob Flaherty and Andy Slavitt, who have so far refused to sit for interviews despite being directly implicated in emails between the White House and tech companies. I think we might have brought this out in the previous hearing with some of our witnesses today. But never forget, the third day of the Biden administration, I think it was maybe in like 36 hours into it, Andy Slavitt sends an email from the White House to Twitter saying, take down this tweet ASAP. And of course, the irony was the tweet was from this administration's Democrat primary opponent, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And there was nothing in the tweet that was false. And yet the White House, day 3, the Biden administration is trying to take that down.
We're getting close
We've
to
sent
it.
subpoenas to those two individuals and hope that we will have them in front of our committee real soon. I want to thank our witnesses for appearing before us today, helping us to continue our work in exposing government censorship, in exposing what
And they're taking about half or more,
two of our witnesses
depending
have
on
called,
your
as I said
filing
earlier, the
status now.
censorship industrial complex. This marriage of big government, big tech, and as we found out with some of our work, big academia involved in attacking American citizens' First Amendment liberties. We appreciate you all being here. We will introduce you here in a few minutes, but I now yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, may I ask unanimous consent that
I'm going to pause it right here. This woman
is dumb.
Well, of course.
Okay.
But every time she speaks in a committee hearing, it's either Trump or racism. Doesn't matter what it's about. Doesn't matter. There are a few that do that. You got Jasmine Crockett. You got that not Sheila Jackson Lee, but there's another Lee woman in there. That's all they talk about. It's just Trump or racism. It doesn't matter what it's about. They say their speeches and they leave. Now she's a ranking member. She can't leave. But they'll say their speeches and they'll get up and leave. Like during the IRS whistleblower hearing, Jasmine Crockett walked in 5 minutes before her speech, asked a few questions, said orange man bad, racism, 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 and then got up and left. She never heard a damn thing about any of the evidence. And then during the Biden impeachment, she's screaming, there's no evidence, but we've got documents in the shitter from Trump and racism and Biden's only guilty of loving his son, and then got up and left. That's your representation, ladies and gentlemen. But let's go ahead and hear what she has to say, because right here, you find out why she was so loud when she said, and justice for all.
that the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, a member of the full committee, be permitted to sit on the dais. She's
Yes.
not going to ask any questions.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Good day to everyone. Every day, the American people share with members of Congress, social media friends, family, and anyone who will listen that they live largely in fear for their future. When I scroll through my social media feeds, I see people worried they don't have job opportunities or job security the generation before them had.
How about the fact that fucking eggs are $4 for a dozen? How about that? How about I hear? I see a lot of people pissed off about that.
Worried they won't be able to afford to buy a home to call their own. Worried they will not be able to see their kids, send their children to college, or simply provide for their children the way they were provided
just
for.
Indoctrination.
I see Americans are concerned. I see parents concerned that schools are becoming unsafe for their children. I see Americans are concerned that rights are being taken away. Americans concerned that their vote might be discounted or may not even be able to cast a vote. In the discussion of the weaponization of the federal government, the majority has acknowledged the fact, in this discussion of the weaponization of government, one of the things that I've requested that we look into is the IRS audits of working class people and people of color, which are far, far at a higher rate than millionaires.
Who gives a
and
fuck
billionaires.
what color they are?
Or a discussion
Racism.
in a hearing of actions by the former President Donald Trump.
Orange man
What he
bad.
has said he will do to weaponize our government if reelected. However, we're not having a hearing about those topics. We're not having discussions. Congress is not engaged in making any headway on those things that Americans are most concerned with.
Hold on. Orange Man isn't in office. So why would you have hearings about what Orange Man has to say? I mean, you've already given him 91 indictments and 91 charges for indictments, and you're trying to schedule that around the time when we're supposed to be choosing our next president.
Wait.
So why would you have hearings on what Orange Man has to say?
But wait. Wasn't when Donald Trump asked the Ukrainian president to look into Joe Biden and to his dealings with his son and Burisma, didn't they consider that election meddling?
Yes, that was an impeachable offense.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Biden ran because Trump was looking into the fucking dealings between Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, and Burisma. He ran for president. They called it election interference and then tried to impeach the man for it.
But
they
none of
impeached
this.
the man for making the phone call to say, hey, what is this? You're not getting the $1 billion thing. And they said it was him that did it. It was Biden the entire time. They said it was him.
But none of this that they're doing, all of this stuff, making the trials and all that around the time where he's supposed to, none of that is election interference at all. Trying to get him off the ballot. Nope. None of that. Oh, okay. All right.
Even though he said months before any of that dropped, anything was even talked about, even though he said he was running again. And then when he said he was running again, about a month later, Biden tells Merrick Garland to get up off your ass and do something. But that's not election interference, though, right? Okay. But here we go.
Today, we're having a hearing with witnesses on the Republican side, 2 of whom we've already heard from. In fact, this is the second hearing where Republicans have brought
I'm sorry, they blew the fucking whistle on it. They blew it open.
Hearing in a row. In preparation for the 2024 presidential election, Republicans on this committee want to entrench their theory of social media censorship. Their unfounded accusation.
The Democrats ran with Russia during the last election.
The government to censor.
Their theory of social media censorship. Where the Hunter Biden laptop story, where they told you it was Russian disinformation, they banned it from being shared off any platform. You couldn't even put it on Discord.
You couldn't mention a certain person's name in the FBI without getting nannered.
I don't even know if that's still a thing, but Weinstein. But yeah, you couldn't even do any of that. But yet it's a theory, ladies and gentlemen. It's not like the Twitter files when Elon Musk broke it. Matt Taibbi and Matt Schellenberger, which are in here along with Barry Weiss and a few others, dropped all the information, slow rolled it out. They should have dropped it all at once, but dropped all the information confirming everything that we knew was already happening. It's not like that didn't happen, right? It's a theory. It's a theory.
Conservative voices. There's no evidence of this collusion, and in fact, this committee has heard closed-door testimony from 29 witnesses who've said on the record, government.
There was 41 FBI agencies that said that the Russian that Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation while they were doing the investigation on it.
Has not taken
51,
place.
but yes.
Republicans won't release that testimony, and they are not being honest with the American people.
Republicans won't release that testimony. What she is talking about is the Democrats, without a single Republican representative, the Democrats sat down with their chosen people and their witnesses to sit there and blame everything on Orange Man bad. So they can say, see, here's evidence that we fabricated, just like the Steele dossier. That's what she's talking about.
Because as they ramp up their own misinformation campaign before the 2024 election, they need free rein to elevate hate, to engage in voter suppression online, in addition to their normal in-person voter suppression tactics.
I'm sorry. Elevate hate. Who's rioting in the streets for Palestine right now? I don't think that's a single Trump supporter. I've never heard of a single Trump supporter doing that shit. Who was it that attacked the DNC? Wasn't a single Trump supporter. Suppress information online? Where? Who? What? When? Why? Because it's us calling out the lies of you people. Do you understand? If you go on Twitter and just look through left-wing accounts, you'll see community note after community note after community note.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
It is incredibly amazing because these people are getting noted time and time and time again, and they're straight up lying to you. And the fact is, they leave it up, which is amazing. They leave it up to say, "Yeah, I'm straight up lying to you. Look at this." And you get notifications if you comment on something that they note.
You even if you like it, you get a community note.
You get notified that these people are straight up lying to you. It's fucking, and they leave it up time and time and time again, which is great. It really is.
Care. They don't care. That's the thing. They will lie straight to your face. And a lot of the people who will see that or comment on it just won't care. They'll take it, they'll see it, they'll go, this is what they said. Then they'll go, but it's a community note. Well, that's misinformation. It has all the information there on the community note.
Yep.
What are you talking about? No, that they're lying.
They're lying because here's this story. Look at this story. It's coming from the same organization that told you that the Biden laptop was a lie. Do you realize that? It's coming from the same organization that told you the Steele dossier was a smoking gun. It's coming from the same organization that told you the jab was safe and effective. And you still believe this shit. Huh. Block. Tell me I'm wrong, Davey. Tell me I'm wrong. You bring that up, they block you every time. Yeah. Or they mute the conversation.
My favorite is when they have the comments turned off, when they make, like Keith Olbermann, who'll make a statement and then turn the fucking comments off. Or only people who are friends with this person can make a comment. Why? What are you fucking afraid of? What are you afraid of? People going to tell you you're wrong and you're an idiot? And then present facts?
Like that Karen guy who went after that little kid. You remember that? I know you know about that. That little kid who painted his face red and black at the Chiefs game.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my
He's fucking Native American. He's like, he's culturally appropriating a culture and wearing blackface. The fucking black players were doing the chop with him.
But not only that, his face was half black, half red because the Kansas City Cincinnati Chiefs. I'm in Kansas City. The Kansas City Chiefs are black and red. And the woman did it on purpose and got the one half of his face so she can go after a child. These people are fucking soulless. They do not care. They are locusts. Once again, these people are like locusts and they don't care whose life they ruin. They don't care who loses their job. They don't give two fucks about you. Just like the U.S. government. They don't give two fucks about you. They will ruin your life. They will ruin your livelihood.
Be going off the rails tonight.
Yeah. They will ruin your entire life. This poor kid, what is he, 10, 12?
Mm-hmm.
And if somebody didn't fact check it, the rest of this poor kid's life would be ruined because this asshole decided to take a picture from the one side of his face and call him a racist.
Yep.
Just like the kid that was on the steps, the Covington kid. When it turned out that guy got in the kid's face, the kid was not in the guy's face. The guy went up to the kid's face and they tried to ruin that kid. Like Kyle Rittenhouse, who was defending himself from a pedophile.
Yes.
And someone who was going to beat him with a skateboard truck, which is a metal truck. And they were trying to hit him in the head with it. And the other guy had a gun.
Well,
and everybody went off about how, well, he brought a gun across state lines. What was he trying to do? He was helping people.
Rosenberg was the pedophile. He was the one that said, "I'm going to kill you." Chased this man around. He cornered him at the gas station and grabbed the gun and got shot. I forget the dude with the skateboard, his name, but he hit him with the skateboard swung 3 times, and then caught some lead.
Grosskreutz or something like that?
No, Grosskreutz is UNICEF. He's the one that pointed the gun, and then when Rittenhouse raised his barrel, his hands went up. Rittenhouse dropped the barrel, and he came back down with the gun, so he brought it back up and shot his bicep. He's the only one still living, but yeah, that same situation. I appreciate the Peter Griffin voice. But yeah, let's continue a little more here.
This hearing suits political purposes. Republicans are holding the same hearing all over again for one simple reason. They want to distract from the actual threat of the weaponization of government on the American people. That is Donald Trump. In the past few months, Trump has said that he would reinstate the Muslim travel ban. In fact, his exact words were, "When I return to office, the travel ban is coming back even bigger than before and stronger than before." He has vowed to use the Department of Justice to investigate his political enemies. He has said that those who oppose
like you guys are doing to him right now,
executed for treason.
Yes.
He has called his political opponents cockroaches, vermin, said that immigrants are poisoning American society.
Don't you call us maggots? Don't you call us trumpets? Don't you call us insurrectionists? Don't you say we are the domestic violent extremists, the far right, and we're destroying the country?
He has promised to use the Insurrection Act to mobilize the military against any protesters who speak out against him if he wins re-election.
That's great. What she's talking about is he said, if they riot again, if they come after us like they did on May 29th, 2020, where BLM was trying to burn down DC, tried to set fire to the White House, shoved him in a bunker and made fun of him for it, he would use the Insurrection Act. I'm sorry. He should have done it in the first fucking place.
but he didn't.
They
want to
tried
look
to kill a sitting president because the news told him that he was racist. But nothing about that. All charges dropped on those people.
You mean like after January 6th when they, brought the military in and
Hours
chain-linked
later.
the whole entire, the entire, White House, the Senate, all that, like they did.
Yeah.
For months.
And then had the National Guards sleep in the car park because they didn't want to put them up in hotels and shit. Oh. Okay. Let's remember that, ladies and gentlemen.
Those do not resonate as plans of a democratic leader. They sound
No.
like a dictator.
No.
They promise to be one who will silence his enemies.
It sounds
and
like a
hold on to
real
power
fucking
at
leader.
any cost. As the first branch of government, it is our job to be a check on that kind of undemocratic, unstable
There's no
rhetoric
first.
in this
There's three
republic.
branches.
Donald Trump's
There's three
statements
separate
are
branches. There's no
outrageous.
first.
And this
Yes,
committee
they're
and
all
every
on the same
member that
level. They
serves
check
on it
and balance each
should
other.
be outraged by them. And every American should be outraged at this committee by not having hearings on that.
But the January 6th committee,
Many
who are all a bunch of
want to
fucking
shield
liars.
a man who is
Was that
many experts
necessary?
have identified
And then
as
destroyed
spouting
the evidence
rhetoric
behind it.
cribbed from Nazi regime, calling his enemies cockroaches and vermin, saying that those who oppose him
Maggots.
are poisoning the
Trumpets.
blood of America.
You
Neither
domestic
calling for
violent
the
extremists.
execution of
To be
people
fair,
who
he wasn't just
insurrectionists.
talking about
speak
Debbie
out
Wasserman
against him.
shouts, okay?
For 4
Nazis.
years, this man implemented
Yeah.
loyalty
He's,
tests,
God, that
called
one
for
was
violence
worse.
against his opponents, pardoned his friends, tried to illegally keep people out of
I
the
want to
country
eat her hair.
because of their religious beliefs. He shoved children in cages,
Looks good with
Wait,
soy
tried to
sauce.
illegally deploy the United
Wait. What the fuck? Hold on. Say that shit again. You want to eat her hair?
Because it looks like ramen noodles.
Oh, okay. I
didn't mean
didn't
like
even
a
take it that
genre
way.
type deal.
I didn't.
Yeah, because she got blonde. She got blonde fucking curls that look like ramen noodle hair.
Okay. That makes sense. You said I want to eat her hair, and I'm like, all right.
United States military to put down peaceful Black Lives Matter protests and systematically dismantle the civil rights
Peaceful,
protections afforded
fiery,
to
but
all
mostly
Americans.
peaceful. That caused
And if
$2
he
billion
comes
in
back,
damage
that will
within a few
just be the
months, and then
start.
they stopped reporting on it.
That is why he has very clearly said what he would do over and over. Beyond loyalty tests, he plans to purge the government of all career officials and national security advisors who questions them. He plans to indict anyone who runs against him. He plans to...
It's not the questioning that's the problem. It's the straight up lying. Y'all remember when he was trying to pull our troops out of Afghanistan and they lied about how many people were there? He was trying to pull all our troops back and they lied about the amount of troops that were there. Do y'all remember that? Huh. That was at the time where he said we're going to leave troops in this area. I think it was Saudi Arabia to protect the oils and the poppy fields. And everybody was like, wait, what are we doing? Oh, no. The Saudi Arabia was, we're going to sell the weapons to them. It's going to be a great deal. And we're like, we're selling weapon? Wait, what? Why are we doing this? Yeah, that kind of thing. That's what she's talking about. But it all sounds good to any Democrat who don't know what the fuck is going on. Fuck it. Who don't know what the fuck's going on.
Silence protesters with the use of military force. He plans to make this country his, not the Americans' people.
Not the Americans' people?
These plans will not just impact those who work in government.
I don't know.
These plans are going to undermine the safety of every American.
Too. This is what you want to send your kids to college
security officials because they are loyal to him, not because they understand.
No, this is going to be a little bit off subject here. But we were listening on the Rumble channel. We were listening to a committee hearing. The fucking dean of the Yale's University of Medicine was saying some of the most stupidest shit I've all right, one of the things she said was now she's University of Medicine. One of the things she said was that what was it? Some people, oh yeah, that was great. They were talking about gang violence and things in Chicago. And they were asking her, why is Chicago so bad with gun shootings and things like that? And she said, well, I don't know. I'm not from Chicago. That's not my area of study, but there's a lot of research out there that says if you clean up empty lots and you pull up the asphalt and you plant trees and everything and fix up buildings, that gun violence goes down. I'm sorry. So to solve gang violence in Chicago, you want us to plant trees thinking the gangs are going to frolic through the fields with each other? And they're going to live happily ever after in these houses singing Kumbaya with each... What? And that is the dean of Yale.
Listen, you've never seen the Bloods and the Crips make corn or plant corn and tomatoes and get together for some dinner?
No, I have not. If I see a Blood and a Crip together, there's going to be blood and dead bodies. Let's just be honest.
Listen, not if they're growing tomato plants and zucchini.
It was the stupidest thing I have ever heard. And that is, I hear these things all the time. That is saying a lot. But the bitch is like, you want to solve gang violence? Plant some fucking trees. No shit.
That is the most fucking hippiest shit I've ever heard.
I still have yet to release that clip, but God, I lost it. I lost it on that one.
And national security, they're going to impact people in areas that need support if he feels that they didn't vote against him. These plans are going to hurt men and women bravely serving in our military and law enforcement who are going to be forced to choose between carrying out fundamentally illegal constitutional orders and losing their job. Today, we have Ms. Troy before us as a witness who has bravely spoken out to tell the world how Trump's White House had a culture of fear, how he had dictator-like tweets and statements, how he incited his followers to violence, and how he orchestrated.
Yes, because we need somebody to tell us what he meant by his tweets and to tell us how we should feel about his tweets.
She can say this with authority because she was there.
Like that tweet he said that where he said, if we allow this to continue, that means that we will suspend the Constitution. And they're like, Donald Trump wants to suspend the Constitution. No, you dumbass. He explained it in the fucking tweet.
And then
but you took out that part in everything they showed. They say the sentence ... suspend the Constitution. Every time.
And then they went on for months about how they wanted to redo that the Constitution needs to be thrown out and needs to be redone. After he said that, after they fucking made this whole rigmarole about how he said that, then they went, but we don't need the Constitution anymore. Motherfucker, I'm sorry, but what? That's like going, listen, I think we need a divorce, and your wife gets all mad at you and is like, wait, I got divorced. And then 10 minutes later, she goes, listen, I think we need a divorce. And you're like, what, dude?
Well, I've never had that problem, but
neither have I. It's hypothetical.
Right.
She is a Republican who was in the Trump administration. When she says he means what he says, or that he will do everything in his power to make his dangerous promises come true, she speaks from experience. To use the words of
you mean like Joe Biden telling everybody he's going to forgive their debts after the Supreme Court said he can't do that and just did it anyway?
Right.
And Ms. Troy,
or how Cassidy Hutchinson went on the January 6th committee and told you how that fat ass orange man did some ninja backflip and Matrix style through a fucking window to grab somebody's clavicle and a wheel at the same time.
To be worried more about America than you are about winning.
And then
I yield back.
2 weeks before her book comes out,
back without objection.
Told you that Rudy Giuliani groped her.
Record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Matt Taibbi is a journalist and author. He's one of the authors of the Twitter Files. Previously worked for Rolling Stone. He also has written several books about American politics and culture. He won the Izzy Award for Independent Journalism in 2020 and the Dow Prize from the National Journalism Center for his work.
Oh, by the way, little bit of back information here. Stacey Plaskett, and the last time that Matt Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi and what's his name? Michael Schellenberger. Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger, the last time they showed up talking about the weaponization of the federal government, Stacey Plaskett called them so-called journalists when both of them have won multiple fucking awards for their journalism.
They called her a so-called senator.
Dude, I don't know how these men just don't clown on them. I don't. I seriously don't understand it. Because if I was there, I'd be clowning from day one. As soon as somebody asked me a question, I'd be like, that bitch called me a fucking so-called journalist. What you got to say now? I'm sorry, you going to answer my question? Absolutely not. I'm going to waste your 5 minutes talking about this bitch. I would do it. Because what are you going to do? Hold me in contempt? Woo! What's contempt going to do? I get to clown on these motherfuckers for 3 hours straight. Come on. But anyway.
On the Twitter Files. Appreciate you being here today, Mr. Ty. Mr. Michael Schellenberger is also a journalist, author, and one of the authors of the Twitter Files. He has co-founded several nonprofits, including the Breakthrough Institute, Environmental Progress, and the California Peace Coalition. His work often focuses on crime and drug policy, homelessness, and the climate. Mr. Schellenberger has also won the Dow Prize and was named a Hero of the Environment by Time Magazine in 2008. We welcome Mr. Schellenberger as well. Ms. Rupa Subramanya, pretty close, I think. Ms. Subramanya is a journalist for the Free Press. She is based in Canada and has lived or worked in India, the Middle East, Europe, and Asia. Her work has previously appeared in the Wall Street Journal and Foreign Policy, and she has been cited in the Financial Times.
I was listening to this while I was working. I swear to God, I thought her name was Super Mario for the first hour.
Talked about is a former national security official having served at the Department of Homeland Security. In
Why
the
does this
intelligence
bitch look like a
community and
thumb?
at the Department of Defense, she served as Homeland Security and Counterterrorism
I
Advisor.
don't know,
to
but why
Vice
does his nose
President
look like a
Pence.
hippopotamus?
We welcome you as well. We will
It's
now
the Voldemort nose,
begin by
man.
swearing you in. Would you all please stand? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
The records
She
show
looks
that
like a
each of
thumb.
the witnesses has answered in the affirmative. You can be seated. Thank you. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into
Why
the
does
record.
Super Brothers look
in
like
its
her head
entirety.
was put on with a
Accordingly, we ask that you
Lego?
Summarize your testimony in 5 minutes.
We brought
give or take.
we brought Super Mario here. What is she doing here?
The microphone in front of you has a clock and a series of lights, and you know how this works.
Ain't she
red,
supposed to
green,
be
yellow.
plumbing
It's
something
yellow,
right
start
now?
winding it down. It's to red, then you got a little extra time, and then we'll stop.
Whoville wants their
leave with
citizens
that.
back.
Let's start with Mr. Schellenberger. Let's start with Mr. Schellenberger. We'll work right down the line. So, Mr. Schellenberger, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for inviting my testimony. 9 months ago, I testified and provided evidence to the subcommittee about the existence of a censorship industrial complex, a network of government agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, government contractors, and big tech media platforms that conspired to censor
Biden
ordinary
laptop
Americans
matters.
and elected officials alike for holding disfavored views. I regret to inform the subcommittee today that the scope, power, and law-breaking of the censorship industrial complex are even worse than we had realized back in March. 2 days ago, my colleagues and I published the first batch of internal files from the
I just
Cyber
noticed
Threat
that.
Intelligence League, which show US and UK military contractors working in 2019 and 2020 to both censor and turn sophisticated psychological
I love how
operations
that's
and disinformation
just right there on the edge of the
tactics
screen
developed
too.
abroad against the American people.
Wait,
Many
I don't even
insist
see that.
all that we identified
On
in
the
the Twitter
dude's-
files, the
the
Facebook
dude's
files,
little
and the CTI
laptop thing there?
files were legal activities by social media
stickers?
platforms to take down
Oh my
content that
God.
violated the terms of service. Facebook, X, formerly Twitter, and other big tech companies are privately owned, people point out, and free to censor
That's
content.
fucking
And
great.
government
It is
officials are
right
free
in
to
the
point out wrong
view.
information they are. But the First Amendment prohibits the government from abridging
I'm still
freedom of
listen.
speech.
I'm perplexed by the
Supreme
the
Court
lady in
has
red
ruled-
behind him. She doesn't know. She looks like she doesn't know who the fuck she is. Look at her. She's just like.
She looks incredibly fucking like she's on LSD or something. She's got to be. But yeah,
Why does the lady on the other side of her look like somebody got her lunch wrong?
because that's probably his wife, and she's like, we could be having fun in DC right now, and your ass is sitting here talking to these fuck nuts. Why? Why did you agree to this, you bastard? We spent all this
Again.
money to get here just for these people to sit there and make you look like a dick.
And then
I'm
he's
sorry,
just
that was fuck.
He's just thinking, why are you in Hillary Clinton's pants again?
The government may not induce, encourage, or promote private persons to accomplish what is constitutionally forbidden to accomplish.
This is why we
There's now
can't get
a
through
large
shit.
body of evidence proving that the government did precisely that. What's more, the whistleblower who delivered the CTIL files to us says that its leader, a quote-unquote former British intelligence analyst, was quote-unquote in the room at the Obama White House in 2017.
Oh yeah, she's definitely high
She
on
received
some.
the instructions to create a counter-disinformation
Her face is
project
straight on to the
quote,
the
stop
camera,
a
and her
repeat
eyes
of
are just like
2016.
wonky as fuck.
The U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity
She's looking at
and
two people at the
Information
same
Security
time.
Agency, CISA, has been the center of gravity for much of the censorship, with the National Science Foundation financing the development of censorship and disinformation tools and other
Looks like
federal
someone
government
who's
agencies
high
playing
who's
a
trying to
central
look
role.
normal.
Emails from CISA's NGO and social media partners show that CISA created
You ever been
the
so high
Election
you
Integrity
forget
Partnership,
what actually
EIP,
acting
in
normal is
2020,
like?
which involved the
Actually,
Stanford
yes.
Internet Observatory and other U.S. government contractors. EIP and its successor, the Virality Project, urged
I don't want to
Twitter,
go off
Facebook,
a
and other
fucking. I
platforms
can't just.
to censor.
Dude. I don't want to go off a tangent, but I have been so high that I forgot how to breathe normally, and I thought I was breathing abnormally. So I was counting in between breaths.
Dude, I've been so high that I sat at a friend's house one time, and I was holding an ashtray because we were both smoking a cigarette. I was holding an ashtray. We finished our cigarettes. 3 hours later, I'm still holding that ashtray in the same spot. Like I never moved. My entire body's moving around. Like I'm being animated like I am now, holding it just like this, not moving that ashtray. Like my hand was the prop for the ashtray. Hold on.
Dude,
hold on. Yeah, she's doing it. She's doing it. We're not going to say what it's about, but she's doing it.
Who's what?
You forgot to breathe.
Oh. Yeah, shut up.
We're not. Yeah, we're not going through that. But
yeah, shut up. I saw that and my face changed.
EIP reported that they had a 75% response rate.
I hate that everybody knows that story.
35% of the URLs that they reported were either removed, labeled, or throttled or soft blocked. In 2020, the Department of Homeland Security, CISA, violated the First Amendment and interfered in the election, while in 2021, CISA and the White House.
She's dying right now. She is laughing so hard right now.
To the COVID pandemic,
but she has probably stopped breathing herself.
Facebook and Twitter censor content that Facebook itself said was "quote unquote" often true, including about vaccine side effects. All of this is profoundly un-American.
Oh, you mean like myocarditis?
Free speech means nothing if it does not extend to your political enemies.
They're gonna hit us
in
for
his essential new book,
misinformation
Fire in a Crowded Theater.
Even though it's fucking true.
United States Naval Academy shows that the widespread view that the government can censor false speech and/or speech that "quote unquote" causes harm is mostly wrong.
Hold up. Another tangent. Just a quick question though. Now that the shit with YouTube has come out, like we already knew it was happening and everything, but now that the actual evidence and proof of that shit has come out, how long do you think YouTube changes their policies again?
About what?
I think it's gonna happen before everything. About what they can and cannot censor, what they will hit you with, like medical misinformation and violence and hate speech and all that. Inciting violence, talking about riots that have happened over the world for 5 years. I say it's going to happen before the end of the year. Now that the actual proof has come out, I say that shit's going to change before the end of the year, and YouTube will become a lot less strict. Because it opens up to a lot of lawsuits. I mean, think about it. How many times has Crowder gotten strikes for saying true shit? You know, wasn't it Gerald Morgan that read guidelines from the CDC themselves and they called it medical misinformation and took him down? Yeah.
Look at the comment. Look at the comment.
I just got in trouble for stopping the line because I was laughing so hard.
The Supreme Court has allowed very few constraints on speech. For example, the test of incitement to violence remains its immediacy. I encourage Congress to defund and dismantle the government organizations involved in censorship. That includes phasing out all funding for the National Science Foundation's Track F, Trust and Authenticity in Communication Systems, and its Secure and Trustworthy Cyberspace track. I would also
this is why we can't get through shit.
Abolish CISA in DHS.
But it's fun.
Short of taking those steps, I would encourage significant guardrails and oversight to prevent.
If y'all can get through this shit with us, again, you're gonna have a lot of fun with us.
It's very easy to see the line in CISA. They say they're covering physical security, cybersecurity, but they added a third one, cognitive security, which is basically attempting to control the information environment and how people think about the world, including the stories that they tell.
They've been saying this for years. They're going to try to control what you think.
230 liability protections,
and that's what they're trying to do
on social media platforms known in the law as interactive computer services.
I mean, TikTok already does
allow adult users to moderate our own legal content through filters.
Look at Dylan Mulvaney.
And whose algorithms
and they dangle you with that carrot with money.
I would encourage
they dangle you that with that carrot with money
from asking the platforms to remove content, which the Supreme Court may or may not rule on constitutional next year when it decides on the Missouri v. Biden case. Should the court somehow decide that the government requests for censorship are constitutional, then I would urge Congress to require such requests be reported publicly, instantaneously, so that such censorship demands occur in plain sight. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Shelmer. Mr. Taibbi, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Make sure you got the mic on there.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan.
Hit the mic.
And he
there for
doesn't do
it. Just hit the button there. There we go.
Right, sorry about that. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, and members of the committee for giving us the opportunity to speak today. Exactly 1 year ago today, I had my first look at the documents.
That woman was the only one killed on January
a lot
6th.
since then.
Ashley
Babbitt,
Babbitt, yeah.
I testified before
only
the good
one
people of this committee in
fucking
March.
murdered.
We both talked
January
about how
6th.
this isn't a partisan issue at all, despite the fact that it's been repeatedly
And
described
nothing.
as a right-wing
No,
conspiracy.
no
theory or
investigations, no fucking
right-wing
nothing.
fantasy. We found evidence of suppression.
They called
in
Michael
movements on
Byrd a
both sides,
hero.
including leftist movements like the Yellow Vests, parties like the Green Party, organizations like Consortium Magazine. Just this week, Michael and I reported on the group that he talked about, the CTI.
Why does Matt Taibbi sound like he's always trying to push out his shit?
We found evidence of monitoring groups like the Democratic Socialists of America, hashtags like Healthcare for All.
Let's just be honest. He is a
The
Democrat.
nature of
All
censorship
right.
programs
He's
is that
voted
they
Democrat
tend
most
to
of his life.
expand in all directions, and these programs already have. As someone who voted for Democrats his whole life and who got his
Why
ideas
does he
about
look like he
speech issues
died
from
last
people
week?
like Senator Frank Church, Paul Wellstone.
I like the guy.
Bruce
I like.
Kucinich.
He does some
Hey,
damn
believe
good.
also that there's a less
He does some damn
obvious
good
but more
writing.
important reason
But he
people
looks like
across the
fucking
spectrum
Lurch.
should care about this issue. And the former executive director of the ACLU, Ira Glasser, once explained to a group of students why he didn't support hate
I read a
speech
lot of
codes
his
on
shit.
campuses.
And when I finally
The
realized
problem,
what he
said,
looked
wasn't
like,
the
I was like,
speech.
oh,
The problem was, quote, who gets
Oh,
to
wait.
decide what's hateful? Who gets to decide what to ban? Because, quote, most of the time, it ain't you.
that's true.
The story that came out in the Twitter files, and for which more evidence surfaced in both the Missouri v. Biden lawsuit and this committee's Facebook
Why is
files
that dude-
releases
Oh,
and the CTI
okay, he's
leak
got a-
documents, they all speak
thought he was
directly,
raising his hand.
to Ira Glasser's
The dude in the
concerns.
background.
Yeah.
There's
He
been
was taking a
dramatic
picture.
shift in
All I
attitudes
saw was
about
this.
speech in this country, and many politicians now clearly believe the bulk of Americans can't be trusted to digest information.
I was
on their
listening to
own.
this today.
This
I wasn't
mindset
watching it.
imagines that if we see one clip from RT, we'll stop being patriots. That once exposed to hate speech, we'll become bigots ourselves automatically. That if we read even one Donald Trump tweet, we'll become insurrectionists. Having come to this conclusion,
That's what they want you to
government
think.
agencies like the DHS and the FBI and the quasi-private agencies who do anti-disinformation work have taken upon themselves the paternalistic responsibility to sort out for us what is and is not safe. While they see great danger in allowing others to read controversial material, it's taken for granted that they themselves will be immune to the dangers of speech. This leads to the one inescapable question about these new anti-disinformation programs that is never discussed but needs to be. Who does this work? Stanford's Election Integrity Project helpfully made a graphic showing the quote-unquote external stakeholders involved in their content review operation. It showed 4 columns: government,
I'm sorry,
civil
this dude
society,
just seems like he's
platforms, and
nervous
media.
as fuck right now, and there's
There's
no
one group
reason he needs to be.
Conspicuously absent from that list: people, ordinary people. Whether America
He's been here
continues the
before. He should
informal
know how to
suburbs
handle this
censorship
shit.
system, we've seen in the Twitter files or the Facebook files, or whether it formally adopts something like Europe's draconian New Digital Services Act, it's already abundantly clear who won't be involved in this kind of work. There'll be no dock workers doing content flagging, no
Nope.
poor people from inner city neighborhoods, no single moms pulling multiple waitressing jobs, no immigrant store owners or Uber drivers. These programs will always feature a tiny, rarefied sliver of affluent professional class Americans censoring a huge and ever-expanding pool of everyone else.
Yes.
Take away the highfalutin talk about countering hate and reducing harm, and anti-disinformation is
Coming
just
from the same organizations that
elitist
say if you want to
gatekeeping
stop gang
exercise.
violence, plant
If
trees.
you prefer to think in progressive terms, it's class war. If one small demographic over here has broad control over the whole speech landscape, and a great big one over there has no control whatsoever, it follows that one of those groups will end up with more political power than the other. Which one is the winner? To paraphrase our Glasser, it probably ain't yours. It isn't just one side or the other that will lose if these programs are allowed to continue. It's pretty much everyone, which is why these programs must be defunded before it's too late. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tybee. Well done. Ms. Subramanya, you are welcome.
Bro, I couldn't not pay attention to the light gleaming off his head. It just kept
Thank you,
moving
Chairman
back
Jordan.
and
I'm
forward.
pleased to be able to join you
Just
today
in
to
the
testify
one
on the importance of
section. It wasn't like here or here. It was just
all
like
of you
back
that
and
think
forth.
of me as a time traveler.
Hey, at least it was
in the not
uniform.
too distant future, coming back to the present to offer you a glimpse of what could
She
lie
isn't
ahead
Super
for
Mario
America.
Brothers. She must be a time
I live
traveler.
in a
She
time
goes down
in
pipes.
which, in the name of fairness, you can't share the stories
This
you
one's
write for my
actually
news
awesome.
publication on social media. I live in a time in which, in the name of the common good, you can be kicked out of your bank and online payment system simply for expressing the wrong political views.
Mm-hmm.
I live in a time in which, in the name of social justice, you can commit a serious crime but get a more lenient sentence if you happen to be the right skin color. I live in a time in which, in the name of safety, you can be arrested for exercising your right to peaceful protest if you happen to be protesting the wrong thing. Of course, I'm not a real time traveler. I just
Okay.
live in Canada. Americans,
Right.
perhaps those in this chamber, surely think Canadians are too nice. We're too polite to embrace this sort of
Sorry,
proto-authoritarianism. But it's more accurate to say that our
I'm
niceness
sorry.
made us
You want to
susceptible
go
to
to
the new
Tim Hortons and get
authoritarianism,
some
undermining the
Timbits? Eh?
foundations of our liberal
You want to
democracy.
pick up a stick?
If it sounds like I'm overstating things, allow me to share three
Let's
stories
go to a
that
protest.
illustrate this creeping authoritarianism. First, a few months ago, I reported a story from my publication, The Free Press, about a high school principal in Toronto who had been humiliated in front of his colleagues by a DEI consultant. The principal's crime, besides being white and male, was that he objected to the consultant's assertion that Canada is a less
Better than
just
white being
society
white
than
and
America.
nerdy.
The humiliation he experienced ultimately led him to commit suicide. I wanted to share that story on Facebook. When I tried to, I was barred from posting it. I received a message that stated, in response to Canadian government legislation, news content can't be shared. I was confused. Then I remembered the recently
News
adopted Online
content
News Act.
cannot be
The law
shared
forces
in
social media
Canada
companies to
on
pay
social
online
media.
media companies to link to their content. Facebook,
Think about that
instead
for a
of paying
second.
for that content, barred its users from posting it. Government officials insist that this is only a matter of fairness, a way of making sure that media companies are compensated for the news they report. But really, this new law props up legacy media dinosaurs like the Canadian
What's
Broadcasting
that?
Corporation,
CB10
Bell
or
Media, and other
whatever it's
companies,
called?
which are subsidized by
That
the
new
federal
law that
government,
that,
and
that
all of which
Canada
can be
put into
counted on to
effect?
echo Justin Trudeau's
I don't know.
worldview and toe the party line. Not being able to post was annoying, but it wasn't the end of the world for me. I don't depend on Facebook for my income.
After
The
they
same cannot be
gave a
said
standing
of Christopher
ovation to a
Curtis,
Nazi,
which
I
brings me to my
stopped paying
second
attention
story.
because Canada's
Chris
lost.
is a 38-year-old renegade journalist, entrepreneur in Montreal who runs a digital newsletter called The Rover. He calls himself woke. You might think that he's exactly the kind of journalist the Trudeau government would elevate. He's on the political left. He publishes stories about the plight of the homeless and police brutality. The problem is that, unlike government-funded news companies, independent media companies are truly independent, which means
Yeah.
they report stories that don't comport with whatever the government wants them to report.
C11.
For example, in
It's called,
September 2020, the
Bill
Rover reported a
C11.
story on federal mistreatment of Mohawk
Digital
Indians.
privacy
This
law.
month, it published a story about migrant workers who had been abused and trafficked with the unwitting help of the federal government. But under this new law, the Rover can't build its audience. Unable to post content on Facebook or Instagram, the newsletter can't reach new subscribers. It cannot grow its subscriber base. This is a slow death, says Chris. For now, he's unsure how he's going to support his partner and their 3-year-old daughter. He's thinking of going back into construction, which
His
takes me
partner.
to my third story. Danny Bulford, now
mean his
41, used to
girlfriend?
be an officer in the Royal
Yeah, his
Canadian
wife?
Mounted Police, the equivalent
what
of
they're
the
calling them
FBI. For
nowadays.
years, he was a sniper in the Prime
Yeah.
Minister's protective detail. Then in
Because you gotta be-
2021, Danny quit because
You
he didn't
can't be
want to get
gender
his COVID
specific
vaccination.
in Canada
In early 2022, truckers descended on Ottawa to protest new
because
COVID vaccine requirements.
misgendering is a
Danny
crime
joined them.
in
The government
Canada.
declared a state of emergency. Danny, like
Well, you
many
can go to jail.
demonstrators, was arrested and later released without charge. Then something chilling happened. On February 17, 2022, Danny logs into his bank accounts, starting with his checking and savings accounts at the CIBC. But instead of seeing his balance, he had about $160,000 in there. The only thing he saw was a dash. Then he logs on to Scotiabank to see about an additional checking account. Once again, there was no sign of any money in his account. Finally logs into the Royal Bank of Canada, which handles his MasterCard account, and he was told he had no access to any credit. Danny's wife was also unable to access any of these accounts. Suddenly, they were
Social
worrying about
credit
how to cover their
system.
next mortgage payments and how to feed their 3 kids. That is what it means to be debanked. Debanking has been one of the Trudeau government's weapon of choice. Since 2018, it has frozen the accounts of more than 800 Canadians who did things it didn't approve of, including those of 280 who took part in the truckers' protest, which the government regarded as illegitimate. Soon after, Danny moved his money out of the big banks and into local credit unions, hoping it would be safer there. The worst part of this, Danny told me, is not believing in the country I spent my career serving. It's this feeling that we're being watched, torn apart, made to feel like the much hated other in our own country. Canada was once a bastion of free expression, but now not so much. Considering
those
at
on
the
the
same
right,
time the government and its
you
corporate
kind of feel
allies
that
are
way
curbing
now?
the free expression of truckers and journalists, the government is defending the rights of pro-Palestinian demonstrators, many of whom traffic in what can only be called anti-Semitism. Think about that. Vaccine skepticism, not okay. Peddling medieval blood libel legends about Jews, okay. I'm all for protecting free speech. I'm from the free press. I just want that protection applied fairly. I also want to be clear, these are just a handful of hundreds of stories I could have picked. What is happening in Canada is a gradual suffocation of free expression. It is draped in a cloak of niceness, inclusivity, and justice, but it is regressive, authoritarian, and illiberal. I came here today not simply to warn you about what lies ahead, but to plead with you to do something about it. Now is not the time to be polite. Now is the time to defend loudly
Authoritarian.
the liberties
I'm
and
sorry,
rights that
that's
have
called
given us the greatest freedoms in human history.
fascistic.
Across the world
Yeah,
right
like they
now,
did to Atlas
governments,
Jim
in the name
in New
of the good,
Jersey,
are
where they
considering or
stole all
adopting
his
measures
money
like we have in
that he
Canada.
did, that he
In
had to
Dublin,
GoFundMe,
they're about to enact a draconian
$190,000
hate
that
crime bill that
they
poses a
just
dire
the New
threat to
Jersey
free
government just
speech.
took from him.
In Paris, President Emmanuel Macron has
All
called
because
for
he kept
censoring
his gym
online
open
speech.
during lockdowns,
This is to say
Mhm.
nothing of Russia,
which would have
China,
helped
and
people
Iran.
stay healthy
America
and
is
not
so
get COVID.
exceptional,
Yep.
indispensable,
Mm.
really.
So if you
Please
think
do
it's
not
not going to
succumb to
come
the
here,
same
you're out of your mind.
illiberalism, authoritarianism.
It already
Please
has,
keep fighting for what
just
you
not to
know
that
is right.
extent.
Canada is watching. The world is watching.
Well, look at
Thank
Laura
you.
Loomer.
Well said. Thank you.
They
up?
threw out a
Very well
Citibank.
said.
They're doing it already. They've been
Oh,
doing
yeah.
it for years. So it's still it's happening here, not just Canada.
I mean, look what they did to Alex Jones with that shit, man. You know, the Sandy Hook thing. $1.6 billion? He owes more than the GDP of fucking most third world countries? I'm sorry, what? He owes what? More than half of the GDP of France. Are you kidding me? And now they're just like, hey, we'll settle for about 6% of that $1.6 billion you owe us. Huh? How the fuck? Yeah. It was never about Sandy Hook. It was about making sure that he will never have another dime. It was about shutting him down and shutting him up. Because you know what? As crazy as that motherfucker is, he's been right more often than he's been wrong. Maybe it's time to start listening.
And Ms. Troy, you're recognized for 5 minutes, and we'll give you a little extra if you need it.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The threat of weaponization of the federal government is a
Thumbelina's
serious
up.
topic that requires sober analysis. Unfortunately, what we see here today and what we have seen from this committee over the past year is instead a politically motivated fantasy detached from reality. Members of this committee and their witnesses make grand and vague accusations about government censorship, but those foggy allegations are refuted by the facts.
She who shall
That
not be
private social
named.
media companies moderating content on their own private platforms is not government censorship. It is those private companies exercising their own First Amendment rights to
They're
rid their
not
platforms of
private
misinformation.
companies.
In my experience as a national security official, the federal government strictly
They're publicly traded companies that the government stepped in and told them what they can and can't say.
They paid them for it.
Yeah.
The government paid Twitter to censor Americans on things that they did not like.
And I don't care. They did it on both sides, but they still fucking did it.
Oh, Susie who?
Adhered to the First Amendment by advising
They're
and
still
assisting
hanging on to
social
that
media
that
platforms
that private
in
company shit.
combating misinformation.
They're still
While the
holding on to
ultimate
it though.
decision about what action, if any, to take rested
Well, guess
solely
what?
with the platforms themselves.
Twitter now is a
I
private
know what
company.
real weaponization of the federal government looks like because I've
He
seen
can
it with
do
my own
whatever the
eyes.
fuck he wants.
I
Hey,
worked in the Trump White
advertisers,
House, where I
go
served as
fuck
Homeland
yourself.
Security and Counterterrorism Advisor to Vice
Yeah,
President
pay the $8
Mike
or
Pence.
whatever it is, so that way they don't have
On
to worry
numerous
about it.
occasions, I witnessed President Trump and his allies attempt to use the powers of the presidency to further his private
You're giving the
political
richest man in
agenda
the
at
world
expense
money.
of the American people.
You bought his car.
Trump administration officials attempted to manipulate
I'm giving
intelligence
him
assessments
$8 a
to
month.
support its ban on
You
nationals from
gave him
Muslim countries entering the United
$100,000
States.
for something
They
that'll last
delayed
5
natural
years.
disaster aid to blue states who had not supported President Trump's election.
By the way,
in the
he's South
early days
African.
of the pandemic, they resisted sending federal assistance to New York as thousands of innocent Americans suffered.
He is the blackest
Instead of
white man
continuing to
ever.
spread conspiracy theories about government censorship, this committee should instead focus on the very real and very dangerous threat
Don't get me
posed by
wrong,
the
he
leading
scares the
Republican
shit out of me,
candidate
but
openly
I like what he's
threatening
doing.
to use every lever of presidential power against his political opponents if he returns to the White House. Former President Trump has promised, quote,
He'll do everything in his power. He'll turn the government against them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on. FB. Let me go ahead and share the screen so you can see what I'm typing. FBI tracking.
We can't see. We can only see a guy.
Oh. Trump supporters. I'm used to the OBS where you can actually see what I'm tracking. I'm sorry. What were you saying about the weaponization of what Trump will do? Huh?
I'm sorry. Do we also forget that the former president before Trump spied on the Trump campaign?
Oh yeah, Obama? Yeah.
We forgot
that happened.
Yeah. We forgot about that, right? Talking about
I'm sorry.
overstepping.
What about Clinton paying for the Steele dossier? You know, the hooker that he peed on, or the hooker that peed on him, or something like that. Yeah. What about that? What about people, the old people that walked around inside the Capitol on film, went through all, I spent 10 hours on stream, went through every single video of the first release. There was only 3 instances of violence in that. The first instance of violence was the second out of 3, they breached the west entrance, which was the most violent. That's what we heard. The violence was over there. They were beating people to death there. The first instance of violence was them throwing tear gas into the crowd right behind the people that were at the door. So, of course, they move into the doorway. The cops were pushing them in. They were trying to push them out. And then a cop takes his baton and starts beating people with it. I'm sorry, if you take a baton and beat me with it, don't you think I'm going to beat you back? That was the first instance of violence.
Weren't they using a paintball gun to pepper spray the crowd?
Yeah. They were also using stinger bombs, which are little pellets in a grenade. It explodes and shoots out little rubber pellets. Before anybody got violent, they breached the barricades, gathered on the steps, and they started throwing munitions at the crowd. They started the riot. They started it all. Not to mention, I bring it up every time January 6th is talked about. Just a quick little notice for everybody here. Dominic Pozzola's motion for mistrial New trial for multiple Brady violations with included memorandum of law. Defendants are now aware of at least some 50 undercover informants among protesters on January 6th, but the government is withholding information regarding exculpatory evidence. Blah, 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 blah. Confidential human sources. Move on to this one. This new information is plainly exculpatory. Body camera videos worn on January 6th by other undercover Metropolitan Police officers show the undercover officers cheering on the demonstrators with chants of "Go, go, go, stop the steal," and "Whose house? Our house." Undercover operatives were planted amongst the protesters as instigators, not just observers.
We can't see that. All we see is the court is already aware of prosecution.
Oh, I forgot to hit the tab there.
Okay. Because I want it so that way the people can see what you were just reading. So that way we, you don't think you're just reading something else.
Right. Dominic Pizzola's motion for mistrial. And you know what the judge did with that? Well, the government never gave up the names and the connections with the government of these people. So, hey, jury, you can't use this information to sway your decision. How do you expect to be found innocent, or at least innocent of some crimes, when the government doesn't give up their information about them being involved? Okay. Let's go back.
Against those who have wronged and betrayed him and his political movement. He has pledged to, quote, root out the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country. Trump has called the press the enemy of the people.
They are.
He's vowed to, quote, come down hard on MSNBC and make them pay.
Biden laptop was
quote,
Russian disinformation.
critical coverage
I'm sorry, it's actually true.
To, quote,
you're an idiot for listening to us. Continue to listen to us.
Saying he would have no choice. Lock them up. He has said that his own chairman of the Joint
I call for treason.
And that, quote, in times gone by, the punishment would have been death. Most ominously.
Yes, it's called treason, giving aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States in time of war. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We have always been at war since World War II. We call it military police action to circumvent Congress having to vote for war. But we have always been at war since World War II. Treason is always on the table, giving aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States. Let's take it back to January 6th. If that was an insurrection is trying to overthrow the government, whether it works or not, which is an act of war. We were in wartime for that day. So, Nancy Pelosi, holding off the guard for 71 minutes, is giving aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States of America. Therefore, she committed treason. Plain and simple. Eric Swalwell fucked a Chinese spy.
Whoa. We don't know if he fucked. We know she put her finger in his ass, but that's what we know. We know
they were doing the bang bang. They were,
and then mysteriously her plane went down.
Yeah.
After that was discovered,
Nancy Pelosi let her go in the middle of the night. She should have been on a watch list. Everybody should have known where she went, but she mysteriously vanished in the middle of the night on a commercial fucking flight back to China. 6 years later, 6 fucking years later, 5 years later, the shit comes back up. 6 years later, a mysterious plane crash in China. The only one named on that flight was Fang Fang. Body still has yet to be found. Where's Fang Fang, Swalwell? You were fucking a Chinese spy, and yet you still sit on the Homeland Security Committee. You are still on the fucking Intelligence Committee. How? You were fucking a Chinese spy. Back in the day, that'd have been treason.
Oh, and we can't forget that he also threatened U.S. citizens in a tweet, stating that if you think you can come against the United States government, we will come back at you.
I mean, Biden also said if you want to take on the United States military, you're going to need F-15s and nukes. So, giving aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States of America. I'm sorry, the enemies of the United States of America are now the Democratic Party. And let's not get it twisted, half of the Republican Party, because they are trying to turn this constitutional republic into a socialist Democrat / fascistic country.
Remember, people,
they are trying to overthrow the government.
While you struggle to make your everyday life work, while you struggle to buy your groceries, while you struggle to make your car payments, while you struggle to make your mortgage payment, these motherfuckers are sitting up there in 3-piece suits and $1,000 jackets.
Yeah.
While you were struggling to keep food on your table while they closed America down, Nancy Pelosi was telling you how she was enjoying $25 pints of ice cream.
Telling you that Bidenomics is working. Meanwhile, the U.S. national debt is at $33.8 trillion and creeping up at a very blinding pace. I can't even make out the last three numbers. Debt per citizen, that is every single citizen, legal citizen here in the United States. Your newborn child already comes out of the womb owing $100,703. That went up $153 from the last time I showed this, which was just yesterday. Debt per taxpayer. Every single taxpayer here in the United States, to wipe out our debt, you owe $259,651, ladies and gentlemen. And they're talking about funding all of this shit, giving money to Ukraine, giving money to Israel, giving money to Gaza, to giving money to Palestine, giving money to Hamas and Iran. While this happens, you are a bank account to them.
We can afford it, folks. Remember, we can afford to fund these people.
We couldn't find $3 billion, $3 to $5 billion for a wall, yet we can pay $451 billion yearly to pay for the immigrants that have crossed the fucking southern border. Yearly, $451 billion, and it continues to grow with the more that cross.
$66,000 per person per year.
Rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, his words. As a lifelong Republican, I have dedicated my entire career to protecting Americans from terrorist attacks.
And the Pentagon is out here failing on it. Yes.
Former President Trump's menacing promise to wield the powers of government as a weapon against his political adversaries poses a grave threat to the rule of law.
You got this motherfucker in 4 damn court cases.
People deserve that their representatives.
You're talking about damn near 800 years in prison.
And speak to it honestly, instead of the political theater we see here today. I welcome the committee's questions.
This is political theater. The fact that the government is out to throw you in prison just for speaking your mind politically. This is political theater to them. Do you understand what's happening, ladies and gentlemen? Do you get it yet?
Thank you, Ms. Troy. We will now go to 5-minute questions from the members. We will start with the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I want to note the appearance of President Trump by the ranking member and by one witness. Today is not about President Trump. The actions that occurred
been out of office for almost 3 years
are available for everyone to look at. Our witnesses today are asking and answering effectively questions about the effects of suppression of free speech. And as a father,
I'm going to be honest. I don't know how to take this, dude.
Canadian daughter-in-law.
Sometimes I'm just like, what the fuck is your problem? And sometimes I'm just like, you're damn right.
That well-liked, nice country.
Well, he's from California, so
also
makes sense.
Kinds of mistakes that we seem to be making. So one of the questions that I have is, two of you have been here before, and
look at the dude in the background. He's like, I damn sure don't want to be here right now.
The current
this is fucking
continue
dumb.
to monitor it. And you particularly mentioned the protest and the activities
Guy on the left is on
related
his Grindr
to
profile.
Israel's attempt to get back its hostages. Can you elaborate on some of the specifics?
I'm going to blow
that you
out your
think you
O-ring
see
when I'm
here
done
in
here.
the way of either suppression or amplification?
Look at his face after
Is there any evidence that we're continuing to see, if you will,
give
a
that backbone
bias
out later.
that social media doesn't have a problem reporting one side, but does have a problem reporting the other side?
This show's just going to go off the rails with us.
I know it's a tough
Every
question.
episode. It's just going to get
I mean,
continuously
I
worse.
think we've all seen calls for, I mean, I think to Matt's point that.
But
this
it's
is
gonna
not
be a
partisan
glorious
issue,
shit
that we should
show.
all- That the test of your commitment to free speech is
The
that
girl
you
on the
would
left's
like
like,
to
I shouldn't
see
have had the burrito.
the speech
I
that you
shouldn't
really
have had the burrito.
despise protected and that
Fuck.
you would defend it.
Do
And
I have
think
to
we've
raise my
seen
hand to go to
calls
the
for
bathroom?
censoring pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas speech and have been disturbed by that. And Rupa has described that. And we've also seen
Are you as high
calls
as
for
I am
censorship
right
of
now?
the other side. We've seen misinformation spread on all sides. So I think that what you're hearing from us is a general call that everybody needs to just calm down and remember that this country's greatness is really founded on that protection.
Is
for that
everybody
kind of-
vibrating like I
that
am?
protection of speech that we all might consider to be hateful. I always remind people that, one of some of the most important court decisions by the Supreme Court were protecting the speech of neo-Nazis in the Brandenburg decision, in the decision in Skokie. If we can tolerate neo-Nazis marching through neighborhoods of Holocaust
I'm
survivors,
sorry, say
certainly I
what?
think we're
Skokie?
capable
What
of
is that?
tolerating people defending violent attacks.
And that brings us to a question. As we bring you back here and some new witnesses, do we have a challenge in America that we're constantly looking at what should be
Why is everybody
censored
at the roof?
rather than how do we get more free speech so that
Are they counting
contra,
files?
opinions are heard as loudly as those who yell and are heard the first time?
Look,
Well,
that
first
one's
of all,
slightly
thank you for the
miscolored.
question.
That's weird.
I think it's important to remember that the First Amendment not only guarantees people the right to speak and voice their opinions, but it also guarantees the right of all of us to hear those opinions.
Yes.
That's a crucial element of the promise.
So that goes to a follow-up. If that's the case, your suggestion about a instantaneous and transparent unveiling of any and all reduction, throttling, et cetera. Let's assume for a moment it's technically possible quickly. It's certainly possible, but let's just say it was technically possible quickly. We're a legislative body. Do you believe it's appropriate for us in a Transparency Act to mandate that this happen so that we no longer have the kind of things that happened to the chairman, where he simply was systematically throttled so that he wasn't censored, he simply wasn't heard very loudly? If we had had that, do you believe that it would have changed the outcome, and should Congress look at mandating it?
I can say something. Yeah, I mean, I strongly support
No,
transparency.
just take
if
your
you
dick
require,
out of the
for
fucking
example,
social
that
media companies. That's
governments,
all.
Officials,
So you
or
have to do.
people supported by the government,
Leave
such
the social
as
media
CIP
companies
or
alone.
VP Group.
Let
And by
listen.
the way, just to give you some
What
quotes.
do you mean what the ranking member
If-
described
and,
as legitimate,
And kind of take out that little part of the Smith-Mundt Act that allows
that's true.
propaganda.
Yep. That too.
Yeah.
That too.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, the Smith-Mundt Act allowed propaganda to be placed inside our media, and that was signed into law by President Obama. Yeah. The same Obama, or the same president who got a, what is it, the Nobel Peace Prize 9 months after his presidency because he was the first black president, and then went on to drop as many bombs as to equate to one every 20 minutes of his 8 years of presidency. I guess they just give him out like candy. I'm sorry. Except for Trump, who was nominated 3 times. Once for walking across the demilitarized zone in North Korea and South Korea without guard and lived to tell the story. Once for going over to Israel and having the United Arab Immigrants, the UAE, stand the fuck down. The first real steps of peace in that area in over 2,000 years. But nope, he don't get it because Orange Man bad.
Here, share the screen real quick. I want everybody to see this.
What we got? What we got? What we got?
The Smith-Mundt Act, the U.S. Information and Educational Exchange Act of 1948, popularly called Smith-Mundt Act, was introduced by Congress. Carl E. Mund, Republican, in January 1945 and 79th Congress. The act was developed to regulate broadcasting and programs for foreign audiences produced under the guidance of the State Department and is prohibited domestic
Dissemination
of materials produced by such programs as one of its provisions. The original version of the act was amended by the Smith-Mundt Act Modernization Act of 2012, which allowed for materials produced by the State Department and the Broadcasting Board of Governors to be made available in the United States. So let's go to the
Hold on. Go back up.
Hold on.
Right there. The original version of this act was amended by the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act of 2012, which allowed for materials produced by the State Department and the Broadcasting Board of Governors, run by the government, to be made available within the United States. It made propaganda legal. Because anything that the government puts out is propaganda. Whether it's good propaganda or bad propaganda, anything they put out is propaganda.
The bill's purpose is to authorize the domestic dissemination of information material about the United States intended primarily for foreign audiences. The act was added in 2013, the NDAA bill, as Section 10 amended certain passages of Smith-Mundt Act. So yeah. So it allows propaganda.
Yeah.
Just in case you.
Why does Mr. Isa remind me of Mr. Incredible's handler from the first movie? You know what? On my channel on Rumble, well, we go through these. We have what's known as the Pee Wee Herman effect. Let me explain that for you. We found that we found this to be a thing because we noticed this dude right here, who I'm about to put on the screen as soon as I find an image, the right image. What was his name? Mr. Magaziner. His name is Magaziner.
Something like that. But this is
Senator Representative.
She's almost dead on.
Just what?
I think this is what you this here. This guy.
God damn it, where is this dude? I forget his name. U.S. Rep. Why is he not coming up? Why can I not pull up these images now? Why are you bringing up Mr. What the? Look, I'm looking up Mr. Magaziner, U.S. Rep. Mr. Clean. What? Hold on. There you go. Look at this. I Googled Mr. Magaziner, U.S. Rep. Mr. Clean.
Here he is. I got him.
You got him. Put him on the screen. Tell me that don't look like Pee Wee fucking Herman. A young Pee Wee Herman. Tell me that is not Pee Wee Herman.
Hi, boys and girls. I'm a loner daddy, a rebel.
We call Jerry Nadler the bank troll from Harry Potter. Let me see.
It's what?
Everybody calls him
It's
the
Willow.
Penguin. Everybody calls him the Penguin. No, he is the bank troll from Harry Potter. He is the main bank troll from Harry Potter.
Warwick Davis. Warwick Davis.
Yeah,
His real name.
yeah, that dude's character. Where is it? Bank manager, maybe. I forget what I looked this up on. Harry Potter bank manager. Oh, this dude. Tell me that don't look like Jerry. Oh shit! I guess I got to put it on screen. Tell me that don't look like fucking Jerry Nadler.
Bro, I pulled up the same picture.
All right, got another one for you. Mispronounce miss. All right, we got this one right here. This is Ayanna Presley. She's one of our representatives, right? All right, images.
What's that picture in the bottom left corner?
All right, you see this one, right?
Bippity
Tell me
boppity.
she don't look like this dude. That's Richard Mole from Night Court. Ayanna Presley.
Bro, why is she
Richard Mole.
Why is she making the same face in the bottom left corner?
Ayanna Presley. Richard Mole. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I hit the wrong button.
Oh. Shit.
Tell me they don't look alike. This is called the Pee Wee Herman effect. But yeah, there are a lot of them, ladies and gentlemen. We have gone through a lot of them on our channel. This is what we do. This is what we do on the Voice of the People Rumble channel. We hear these things, we look at these people, and we're just like, this motherfucker.
I mean,
But let's go.
kind of
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
I guess it can be the same thing on off label because they're just the off label of each other.
The off-label versions of these act. No, it's like they clone them and then put them in the office. It's weird.
Yeah.
Suggestions, and it was
Be right back.
independent.
Right.
Isn't that always the defense, though, is that we didn't make the decision and the other guy didn't make the decision, it just happened?
Right.
I'm down to just a few seconds, and I do want to thank our Canadian for pointing out that we are about one step away
Did you just say
from
our
defunding
Canadian?
here in the United States bank accounts. This administration has returned, so you understand, in the United States to making sure that people selling products or involved in activities that they don't want fail to have access. And that is another form of censorship that, I'm sorry it's gone so far in Canada, but trust me, it's underway in this country. Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and I thank both of you. Sorry to cut you off. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Troy, I want to thank you for your powerful statement and for your courage.
All right.
And I understand why my friend from California wants to tell us that this hearing isn't about Donald Trump, because that's too difficult a topic.
Jerry, as my friend, I did want to thank
Mr.
you for bringing
Mr. Chairman,
Time
Mr. Chairman, it's my time. I reclaim my time.
Mr. Conley, one of the biggest fucking dicks in these committee hearings. Ladies and gentlemen, just like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, he will insult, he will say whatever the fuck he wants to. And if you say anything to him, I'm reclaiming my time. I'm reclaiming my time. You can't speak. No, I'm reclaiming my time. He is that dickhead.
Imagine it's October 2020, and someone tells you that President Donald Trump is going to use violence and chaos directed at the Congress and the Vice President of the United States to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election. For many, that would have been hard to believe, and I'm sure my friends on the other side would have said, there they go again. Critics of Trump will just claim anything. But everyone here saw what happened on January 6th, and we now have, in fact, a federal indictment charging him with that very matter. This month, we learned the Donald Trump shadow administration at Project 2025 is planning executive orders that would invoke the Insurrection Act and allow him to send military out to patrol American streets.
They didn't allow him to do it.
Some of my colleagues across the aisle have suggested that Trump's quotes about using military in our cities and the rumored plans to invoke the Insurrection Act are simply bluster, designed to galvanize his base. Would you?
Trump asked, it was in the fucking testimony, if he can use the National Guard, and they told him that they had it. They were taking care of it. He said that there was something probably going to happen, and he said, "Can we get the National Guard?" And they said that we were taking care of it.
Per Stephen Sund's own testimony to Congress, what had happened? He offered 10 to 20,000 National Guard. Muriel Bowser, I can actually bring up the document. Muriel Bowser said, "No, we don't need them." And then Christopher Miller said, "Hey, let's take 5,000 unarmored. They cannot interact with the crowd unless I say so." We're going to leave that in the hands of the sergeant at arms. He's going to make that call if they need to come in. Stephen Sund, within the first 2 minutes of the first barricades being attacked, 15 minutes before Trump was done speaking, he calls up and says, "Hey, we're going to need the National Guard. Go ahead and send them in." The sergeant at arms says, "Look, we didn't like the looks of this, from the very beginning. Nancy Pelosi said this isn't going to fly. Let me call her and see what she says." Took him 71 minutes, 31 different phone calls or something like that he made. 11 to the sergeant at arms and Nancy Pelosi herself to get authorization 71 minutes before she said, "Yeah, send in the troops." And then Christopher Miller said, "Hey, don't walk in there. Let's just hold them off for a while." They didn't show up till roughly around a little before 6 o'clock, till everybody was already gone. Everything was done. Everybody had dispersed. It'd been a few hours later. They took pictures, drove around, and called it a night. And then the committee reconvened at 7 o'clock to finish the counting of the votes. Now, you want to talk about treason? There's treason. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not only did Nancy Pelosi commit treason that night. Share this tab instead. This comes from the Wall Street Journal. Now, it's written up as opinion, but we're going to hit the facts in this. January 8th, 2021. Let's see. Mrs. Pelosi told her Democratic colleagues she spoke Friday morning to Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, to discuss available precautions for preventing an unstable president from initiating military hostilities or accessing the launch codes and ordering a nuclear strike. She posted the Dear Colleagues letter on her website to make sure the world got the message. A spokesman for General Milley told reporters the chairman answered her questions. Let's see. But in the meantime, she had no business telling the Joint Chiefs of Staff not to follow the president's orders. General Milley, Mr. I want to understand white rage. General Milley hardly needs lecture, as he has been dealing with Mr. Trump for 15 months and isn't about to indulge in an unlawful order, much less an effort to launch nuclear weapons. Ms. Pelosi's call to General Milley is itself a violation of the separation of powers by seeking to inject herself into an executive branch military decision. She can offer advice all she wants, but this call at this time has the sound of an order. It may be even construed by some as a little coup, conniving with the military to relieve the command of the person who remains the elected president. The same woman who was screaming for months that Orange Man was going to commit a military coup, the next fucking day after January 6th, on January 7th, less than 24 hours after committing treason on January 7th, she attempts a military coup. Don't get it twisted. Everything they say that somebody else is going to do or is doing or has done, they are doing themselves.
Dismiss Trump's plans to deploy the military against American citizens as bluster?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely not. Having worked in the Trump administration when President Trump at the time repeatedly raised the Insurrection Act
There's your
as a
shill.
potential to be used on protesters, even safe protesters, repeatedly. And I can tell you that there were some serious heated discussions with members of his own cabinet,
Did they bring up June 1st
Secretary
yet?
of Defense, the chairman of the Joint Staff,
Okay.
heads of law enforcement, who expressed significant concern about the things being discussed to be used against our own American citizens.
Yeah.
That is something that should be taken very, very seriously.
On June
I'm
1,
sorry, wasn't there riots happening across the country?
On June 1, Americans watched as the National Guard participated in a violent crackdown near the White House. That's what you're referring to. Is that not right?
Correct.
And there was a heated debate, and the president was the one asking that federal troops, military, U.S. military, be called, up to 10,000 troops to quell peaceful protests in Washington, D.C. Is that accurate?
That is correct. I was there that day.
And it was the president.
Okay, June 1st. Guess what happened before then, ladies and gentlemen? May 29th, 2020. George Floyd protesters clash with Secret Service as unrest comes to the White House. They were burning down D.C. They had D.C. under siege for damn near a week. They set fire to the church across the street from the White House. They assaulted the White House itself, firebombed the White House, tried to firebomb it, set fire to a guard shack outside the White House. They were attempting to kill a sitting president simply because they were told he was racist. And on June 1st, he used the military on peaceful protesters, ladies and gentlemen. This is what they do. Baby's walking away.
Arguing to use the military.
That is correct.
And presumably, General Milley at the time resisted those calls. Is that correct?
That is correct, and so did Secretary Esper.
And that might have something to do with President Trump referring to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mr. General Milley, his chairman, as a traitor, and invoking the fact that in the old days, the price to be paid for convicted treason is death. Is that correct?
That is still the price to pay for treason. It is never changed.
That is correct. Chairman Milley was just doing his job in military service.
Do you believe that the deployment of 10,000 troops at that time would have been consistent with the mission of the American military? Suppressing peaceful demonstrations by fellow Americans in the
Suppressing
nation's capital?
peaceful demonstrations. They had
President
set
Trump
fire
was
to
told
D.C.
repeatedly that would not be an appropriate use of the military resources, and he was also told that his efforts to resituate law enforcement and use law enforcement agencies that are not appropriate for crowd control were also incorrect uses of what our law enforcement and these entities are traditionally used for.
In your testimony, you cited violent language, increasingly incendiary language being invoked by President Trump about his so-called enemies. One of the words he used was vermin. What does that echo in your mind? Anyone else come to mind historically who referred to enemies of the state as vermin?
Yes, the horrible Hitler.
And Goebbels. Thank you. Thank you so
Why
much
are you answering for her?
for being here.
The horrible Hitler, ladies and gentlemen. Weren't you calling us maggots? By the way, like I said, they set fire to DC. That's just the car. However, church in DC burnt. Does anybody remember this? Historic church near White House damaged amid unrest. Leaders pray for healing. I'm sorry. They set fire to St. John's Church right across the street from the White House. No, that's not it. Does anybody remember this shit? No. You know why they don't remember this shit? Because the media said they were peaceful protesters, and Trump gassed peaceful protesters to take a picture of him holding an upside down Bible. They were setting fire to DC for nearly a week. And then he finally said, you know what? Fuck it. Send in the National Guard. Oh my God. He's using the government against peaceful protesters. Again, this is your tax dollars at work. Are you happy with this representation? Because I damn sure the fuck ain't. A lot of people ask me why I call for treason so much. Here's your answer. This dude is literally saying that a sitting president using the National Guard to quell riots in DC was him using the government against the peaceful people because they disagreed with him. When they forced him in a bunker, when they locked his ass down in a bunker because they were trying to kill him, because the media told him he was racist. And you wonder why I call for treason? Nancy Pelosi let the rioters on January 6th do whatever they want, which was walking around the Capitol for the most part. She let those people do whatever they want and then said it was an insurrection. You held off 5,000 troops, which would have stopped anything from ever happening as soon as that first window was broken. They could have stopped it. They were in eyesight of the Capitol. New Jersey police came in. Maryland police came in before the National Guard got there. Police from a state away got to DC before the National Guard did. You gave aid and comfort to the people you called the enemies of the United States. That is treason by its very definition, because you allowed them to do whatever the fuck they wanted while you sat there in the tunnels calling people, telling them, oh, be safe. We need to get up there as soon as we can, because if we don't finalize it, they win. Hey, Kash Patel, when am I going to be able to eat again? I'm hungry. Meanwhile, you're getting call after call after fucking call. Hey, should we bring in the National Guard? This is your call. I don't want this to be on me. I don't want to. Let me know. 71 minutes later? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, go ahead. You're going to sit there and tell me that ain't treason? I'm going to fuck on, people. No. This motherfucker's sitting there trying to tell you that the sitting president, who was under attack from the media, from the government itself, since the moment he walked down, Rachel Maddow herself, the moment he was announced to be the next sitting president of the United States of America, Rachel Maddow said, this begins the impeachment of Donald John Trump. The moment he was announced. And you're going to sit there and tell me that he's the bad guy? I don't believe it.
And I hope the American people take heed from your strong words today about the threat that's looming. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Troy, you stated in your opening statement that this committee was indulging in fantasy detached from reality, that members of this committee and their witnesses make grand and vague accusations about government censorship, and that we are spreading conspiracy theories about government censorship. Would one of those conspiracy theories be that government-funded agencies were flagging and trying to censor official congressional accounts on social media?
By the way, he's wearing the U.S. debt clock on his shirt.
That occurred?
His jacket there.
I would have no knowledge of that. I'm not aware of that.
He's got his own little.
Make you aware of that right now.
His own little made electronic device that shows the debt clock.
Can you speak to this tweet? I saw that you flagged this in one of your recent articles on Substack. Can you tell us why this tweet brought attention in your article?
Yeah, because that was one of the
Look at it go.
That the Virality Project at
Why'd you go to him?
Internet Observatory had flagged to Twitter as misinformation, and that I believe it was labeled or censored in some other way.
So it was the Stanford Virality Project, that is funded by the government, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And so their purpose, ostensibly, is to stop misinformation, malinformation.
I think that woman came down because she looks like she knows where she's at now.
Might be against the service of the social media companies. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
He's like, damn, that was a
Ms.
fun
Troy,
ride.
is there any reason
Holy
you
fuck.
should have been flagged?
Depends on whether you're spreading inaccurate information.
Well, it references a study
Seem to
from
do that
Israel, a
often.
published study from Israel, and the tweet just restates the title of the study.
Move the camera there. Show it.
Does it
Up to the
trouble
social
you
media
that?
companies to review their policies? It's an internal choice.
Yeah,
Ah.
are you going to sit here and maintain that it's a conspiracy theory that this occurred?
It's the social media company's internal policy. It's their choice. Meanwhile, the government is paying Twitter, paying YouTube, paying Facebook. Wasn't it Zuckerberg himself on the Joe Rogan podcast that said the FBI came to us and they said, hey, look out for this misinformation. We feel like it's going to be something about the Bidens. Hey, is this laptop story true? Yeah, it's true, but no further comment. Didn't that happen?
Mm-hmm.
The Twitter files actually showed that the government was paying Twitter for every time a tweet was taken down. Yeah, everything that they flagged wasn't taken down. So what? They were taking down true information. The Hunter Biden laptop story would have changed the course of the election. 10%, at least 10% of the people that voted for Biden said they wouldn't have voted for him if they knew about the Biden laptop story from the very beginning.
I thought it was 17%.
At least 10%.
I think it was 17% of the people who were interviewed said that they would have not voted for Joe Biden. 17% is a lot of fucking people.
The dude got 85 million votes. Even if it is 10%, that is 8.5 million people that would have swung for Trump. Trump would have been our president right now. We wouldn't be going through these wars. We wouldn't have this problem. Yes, inflation would have been a thing because they locked the country down and printed money out the ass. By the way, inflation is caused by the mass printing of money. Please tell me how mass printing of money is going to get us out of inflation. I don't understand it.
And don't blame Trump. Don't entirely blame Trump. That is not his fault. It is not entirely his fault. He signed it, yes. But
By the way,
voted for it. The Democrats voted, and they were telling people, if Trump doesn't sign this, he doesn't care about you. If Donald Trump doesn't sign this and give you money, he doesn't care about you.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, 2 different checks. What we get? $1,200 the first time, $600 the second time. A total of $1,800 for a year and a half worth of fucking lockdowns. Meanwhile, in 1 year, Ukraine citizens, all 50 million Ukraine citizens, got what equates to $2,500 in their money from our money. from our tax dollars. They got what equates to $2,500 in their money. Yeah, it equates to roughly $68 American, but 50 million times 68. Do the math. That's a couple $1 billion. Couple $1 billion of our money that they got. Guess what their monthly income is? Their average monthly income is 400 Ukrainian dollars a month. They got 2,500. They got damn near 6 months, if not 6 months worth of fucking money from us. And you got 1,800 for a year and a half. What the fuck?
And depending on where you live in the United States, 1,800 could be 1 month's rent, or it could be 3 months' rent, or it could be half a month's rent.
A quarter. I mean, fuck. In New York City, a fucking apartment that's not even 500 square foot is still $600-700 a month, ladies and gentlemen. 500 square foot. That is a little more than the size of my living room. My house is a little more than 1,000 square foot. Half of that is the living room. Almost half of that is the living room. You're talking about a little bit more square footage than the size of my living room for $600 a month. Sometimes even less, depending on where you are in New York City. I mean, how much were you paying in Kansas City there?
So, in Topeka, Kansas, for a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house, it started at $1,800 2 years ago. It is now almost $2,000.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Because the mortgage on this house, well, let's put it this way. Our bills, excluding rent or excluding food, gas, daily running expenses, everything like that, to keep this house running before Biden, $1,200 a month. It is over $2,000 a month now. Our mortgage, which used to be $538 a month, is almost pushing $800. And we have a fixed income, or we have a fixed mortgage. We have a fixed rate mortgage. That increase is insurance, which comes from the same company that gave my wife the mortgage. So if they can't get you in the interest rate, they got to get you in the insurance. You got to get that money, ladies and gentlemen. Our bills went from $1,200 a month, barely $1,200 a month, to over $2,000. Meanwhile, Ukraine got 6 months worth of money, and everybody's living large, shooting our rockets off like they're fucking fireworks, and then say, "Give me more." And y'all ate it the fuck up. Y'all didn't want to listen. Look where we're at now.
We have the documents. Mr. Schellenberger has the
I'll be
documents
right back
that
again.
showed that
I got to
this
change the laundry
Well,
over.
then it was flagged for a reason.
What's the reason? Is there ever a good reason to censor a member of Congress? This is my official account. This is not a personal account. This is not a campaign account. This is my communication with my constituents. By the way, I bring this up not to claim that members of Congress have more right to free speech than the general public. In fact, I don't even think the press or the media has more rights to the First Amendment than the general public. The general public has the same rights that we have. And I bring this up to show, number one, that your testimony is false. But number two, if they can do this to a member of Congress's official account, they can do it to anybody. Mm-hmm. Now I want to move on to the origins of these programs. Mr. Schellenberger, can you tell us about the Cyber Threat Intelligence League? Was this just a group of vigilantes, concerned citizens, or was it in any way connected to the government? And what did they endeavor to do?
Yeah, this was so. First of all, it's a pretty ludicrous founding, which was that this is a group of, it was Israeli, so-called former Israeli intelligence former British intelligence.
Sorry, I'm
also
doing
working at
laundry and
Microsoft,
chores and shit while I do this.
others
That's
who
called
who
life.
basically said, we're going to volunteer our
Right.
services. These are some of the world's greatest so-called cybersecurity professionals volunteering their services to
Wait a
multiple.
minute. At the beginning of the year, my $5 an hour job couldn't hold down a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house. Could hold. Wait. At the beginning of the year, my $25 an hour job couldn't hold down a 4-bedroom, 2-bath home. Now I make 36, and I just got out of the hole. Huh. I mean, that's rough. That's rough. Because I'm going to be honest. I live in Alabama. I make 20 an hour. I make damn good money for my area. It is incredibly difficult to get a job at 20 an hour around here, unless you're working for the government, unless you're working on the arsenal. And it still isn't enough. Before Biden, $20 an hour could keep a house like this going and still save money. And live a comfortable life, do whatever you wanted, buy whatever you wanted, and still save money. And me and my wife are still struggling. Gives you a little clue as to how things are running right now. But Bidenomics is working, ladies and gentlemen.
$multi-billion-dollar hospital and healthcare organizations whose own IT organizations spend millions of dollars a year on cybersecurity, supposedly volunteering this. This was the premise of the whole thing. It then created this third part that I mentioned. They had physical security, cybersecurity. They added cognitive security. And the people that did that were 2 UK
She
and
makes
US military
$36 an hour in the middle of the United States.
Yeah.
In the middle of the United States. And I don't want to give too much out, but the way she got out of the hole is because they owed her. She got owed money and was owed money from back pay, and they had to pay her a bunch of money, so she was able to get out of it. If they didn't give her that money that she was owed, she'd still kind of be in the fucking hole.
I mean, aren't you still waiting on your tax return?
Let's not fucking talk about that. Bro,
yeah.
You have no fucking... Bro, I contacted the senator. You know what they asked me for again? My 2021 taxes. They asked me for a signed copy of my 1040 again. They asked me.
This is why we need 87,000 armed IRS agents, ladies and gentlemen.
No, not even that. I have called this woman because I had to go to. They sent me to an advocate because I said that they said that I was supposed to get my check. Here we go. You had to fucking say it. You had to say it.
I'm sorry.
So I was supposed to get my check October 4th. That's what I was told. I was told that they were waiting because I had to I had to be verified on ID Me for 9 weeks. So July, I signed into ID Me. I verified myself. They told me 9 weeks from that was October 4th. I was going to get it October 4th. I called October 10th. On October 10th, they told me that I wasn't getting it because they had just finished up on it again, and that I'd be getting it. The lady didn't know who told me that, but that I would be getting it on or before December 14th. I said, I don't understand why I still haven't gotten my check. It makes no sense to me why it would be December 14th after I was told it was 9 weeks for my ID Me. She said, well, it's going to be December 14th, but if you would like to have it sooner, you could speak to an advocate and explain to them why you need your money that you paid to the United States government faster. Faster than what? 2 fucking years? Faster than 2 years. I said, ma'am, I have a car that is going to be repossessed. I can't afford my rent. All this stuff was supposed to be paid because I pay all my credit cards off at the end of every year. I pay it off with my tax return. So I said, okay. And then I was going to So now I couldn't pay my tax return. I couldn't pay my credit cards off because I didn't get my tax return. So it's been getting progressively harder and harder. And then the situation I got into with my fucking divorce and that bitch leaving me with everything to pay by myself. It went from 1.5 salaries because she really didn't make any fucking money, to just one salary. So I was fucking drowning. And so they sent me to an advocate. They said, well, we'll call you back. Somebody will get in contact with you within 48 to 72 hours from October 10th. I waited a month almost. I called back. They said, nobody got back to you? No, nobody ever called me back. Oh, okay. This is your advocate. Call them. I called her October 30th. She said, your appointment date is November 3rd. I go, nobody told me my appointment date was November 3rd. She goes, oh, well, you should have been notified. I said, I wasn't notified. So I really like my money. Well, November 3rd, I will get to you. I will call you. We will talk about it. I said, okay, no problem. November 3rd came and went. November 4th came and went. November 5th came and went. We are now November 30th, and I have not gotten a phone call. Called my senator. Spoke to them. Been going back and forth with emails. Where's my phone? This was the last. Where is it? This is the last email that I received from them. Where is it? Son of a bitch. It basically stated that she called me on November 3rd and left me a voicemail because I didn't pick up the phone. I said, how could that happen? I never got a voicemail. I never got a phone call. I've been calling her every day and she doesn't pick up the phone. Here. Watch. Listen to this.
Hello, you have reached the voicemail of Mrs. Cartwright with the Taxpayer Advocate Service. Due to the unusual high demand right now, I am unable to answer every call. Please leave a message and I will return your call within 4 weeks of receiving your call. Thank you for your patience, and please know that I'm working to resolve your case as quickly as possible. You have a great day and stay safe.
Within 4 weeks. But they're quick to take your money, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Could you imagine? You told the IRS that, listen, I'll call you within 4 weeks. Then they call you every day and you don't return their phone call. I mean, weren't we just hearing them talk about showing up at people's houses?
Yeah.
And you wonder why people get so angry and they do some of the things that they do. Because I've been waiting 2 fucking years to get my money back. And I keep watching news report after news report after news report of how we can afford to send billions of dollars overseas. And I'm still owed my money. And because of, they said I got a duplicate, they received a duplicate one. They wanted to make sure it was the correct tax return. And then when I call
$451 billion a year to support these migrants that they let into the country. But we didn't have $5 billion for a while.
Really, that? And I can't get my $7,000 back. And now they want my information all over again. The senator's office. They're kind of lucky I can't find the fucking email right now because I'm upset with them. They're like, oh no, send us the information and we'll get. Then they said, oh, your next appointment is for December 8th. That's another fucking phone call I won't get. So, and then I called again and I spoke to them And I said, I need, I was wondering, when can I get my money? They said, oh, since now you're with an advocate, it's out of our hands. We're no longer allowed to disseminate it to you but you know, it should have been given to you because it's been in your account since March. I've been waiting to get, they've been able to send me a check since March of 2023. And they still haven't. And I'm here trying to get the money I paid back, overpaid to the government. You know, those people who they go, hey, here's an idea. We're going to take out money. But, you know, if we don't take out enough, you're going to owe us more money. Hey, how about go fuck yourself? How about if I go to Walmart and I pay for my groceries $100? They all of a sudden Walmart can come back and go, hey, listen, chicken's now $14 an ounce. So you owe us now another $20. And we fucking pay these people. We give these people money and we get this. This is the bullshit we go through. We have to watch this every fucking day. How these fucking idiots go up there and just ask these stupid questions and then belittle everybody about Donald fucking Trump. A man who was president for 4 years. 4 years has ruined the entire American government. And you want to tell me it's not a fucking a card trick? It's not a fucking 3-card money? Is what you're telling me?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's stupid, and it should piss off every single person that I haven't got. Listen, once again, you should be pissed off.
Woosah. Woosah. No, he has every fucking right to be pissed off.
Listen.
He has every right to be pissed.
Listen, no, she knows. Listen, I love that woman with all my fucking heart. She knows what to do. What to do to just
would
just
equate
stop
to
me.
$2,500 to every Ukrainian citizen. But he can't get his $7,000. And he helped fund that shit.
Yeah.
We can pay $451 billion a year for all these immigrants. But he can't get his $7,000. We can give all this money to New York City, who's screaming that this needs to stop. By the way, once Eric Adams said, hey, this is destroying our city, the FBI fucking raided his ass, saying that somehow Turkey helped him to get elected. The country of Turkey helped his ass get elected in New York City. But he can't get his $7,000.
And could you imagine? Now, mind you, in that outgoing,
you see the blood vessels popping. Hey, look.
Listen,
his whole thing is to get me to spit out my beer. My whole thing is to get a blood vessel to pop. All right.
I like it. But now, what should scare everybody in that outgoing message is that there are so many people who haven't gotten their money back that it takes them 4 weeks to get back to you at least. That should scare you.
Nobody's saying anything though.
That should scare you the most. That there's so many people who haven't gotten their tax refunds back that it takes this one woman 4 weeks, and she lies to a senator and says that she called me and left a message when there's no, and she's an IRS agent and she can get away with that shit. And the
Meanwhile,
fact that they can get away with that shit should scare everybody.
Meanwhile, you got the Secretary of Treasury, Janet Yellen, saying, we can afford 2 wars, ladies and gentlemen. We are the greatest country. We are the most rich country on earth. We can afford 2 wars. And he can't get his $7,000? I'm sorry? We're to the point of struggling. We used to live high on the fucking hog here. Me and my wife were making money hand over fist. We were looking to fucking renovate this house in 2018. We had priced it out. it would cost $10,000 to $15,000 for a full renovation on this house. We saved up the money. We got started in 2020 when the lockdown started. We are roughly around halfway done with the house, and we've already blown that fucking budget. And y'all want to sit there and talk about Bidenomics is working. We're all good. Everything's great, 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 great. Really? Because I'm fucking struggling now. That $10,000 to $15,000 that we were going to use for the house, we should have just left it the way it was. Because at least we could have weathered the storm. But now we're knee deep in the shit. This is your tax dollars at work, ladies and gentlemen, for these people to come up here and lie straight to your fucking face. And nobody calls this shit out. The Democratic fucking Party lies constantly, and the Republican Party stays fucking silent. When he was talking about June 1st, you're going to sit there and tell me not a goddamn single Republican stood up and say they were burning down DC, you retarded fuck. What do you expect them to do? Just completely burn down DC? Do you expect the sitting president to let Black Lives Matter take his life because the media told him he was racist? What do you want? Oh, the gas peaceful protesters that were burning down DC as they had been doing all across America? Not a single fucking one of them stood up and said that shit. Not a single one. Not Jim Jordan, not Thomas Massey. None of them stood there and said shit. They allowed that fucking old ass goddamn geriatric motherfucker Connolly to say Trump called in the National Guard. He was weaponizing the government against the people that were peacefully protesting as they set fire to DC. Look, I rail on both fucking sides. Davey will tell you, I fucking hate Trump. I have spoken out against that man so damn much. I hate his ass. I can't stand him. But everything that I have seen while he was president, he gave me more money in my pocket. My dollar went fucking further. And when he leaves office, I have seen attack after attack after attack after attack, knowing full fucking well it's a lie. And the American people eat it the fuck up. Because the information to prove them wrong was hidden from you. And you can't read past the headline. Because in all of these damn articles, all you have to do is read the last 2-3 paragraphs to get the real information. Because the first 7-8 paragraphs is about how, hey, this is this, this is this, this is this, but it's all bullshit because right here at the end, we're going to tell you the truth, knowing full fucking well you won't read them. In every article, every mainstream article, everybody from the Washington Post, everybody from Newsweek, everybody from Daily Wire or Daily Mail, everybody from all these other bullshit fucking companies. Read the last 2 or 3 paragraphs. That's it. Read the headline. Hey, what are you talking about? Scroll all the way to fuck down. Read the last 2 or 3 paragraphs. That's all you need. Everything else? Smith-Munn Modernization Act. Proper fucking ganda. Because they know you won't read it. Sheeple, they eat anything they put in front of them. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. We're not going to get through this whole damn hearing because we've gone off the fucking rails.
No. I just wanted really quickly, I want to show, we talk about like the New York City apartments and stuff like that. I just want to show this quick TikTok.
We will hear Debbie Wasserman Schultz, we'll hear Dan Goldberg, and then we'll call it a night.
Okay. But yeah, this is
what $3,100 can get you in NYC. Okay.
Hey folks, just got my new apartment today and figured I'd give you a tour. Heading up the main staircase here to the front door, where we find some
Which is
abstract
tagged.
calligraphy as well as a hazardous condition notice. Not entirely sure what we're seeing here. But here we are in the building. We're just going to cut through the
That looks like a
foyer
crime scene.
into my unit here. Come on in. Here we are. Welcome to my crib. This common area touts one iron bar
it kind of
window
looks nice.
with a beautiful
Oh, fuck that.
This is the fucking living room. It's what? 4 or 5 feet wide.
I mean, maybe you could fit a couch and a TV.
A love seat and you're gonna have to wall mount that motherfucker. Maybe have some floating shelves. Mind you, 3,100.
This common area touts one iron barred window with a beautiful lounge space below.
Beautiful view of 2 hobos fucking.
Now, let's go check out this lush bedroom, shall we? These rooms are extremely modern.
Look at the electrical outlet. It's not even in the fucking wall.
God damn.
And brandish top of the line hardware and electricity.
That's Scotch tape. $3,100. Remember.
I've always hated having a closet door, so this is perfect. Here we have another iron bar window, with this one featuring shattered cracks at the top, which is extremely convenient for ventilation given that we don't have central air. And it even has a cobweb valance. Moving on to the star of the show, the bathroom. No vanity mirror here, because who wants to look at themselves in that mirror in the morning? I sure don't. And there's no shower rod, which is great because I hate shower curtains. We even got this vent that appears to contain black mold for free. I do love our yard. I thought that this was a sacrificed animal nailed to the stake, but it was actually just tree bark. And that's the place. Thanks for touring with me.
That's what you get for 3,100, folks, in New York City.
Suddenly, I don't feel so bad about my mortgage.
31.
No, fuck that. I feel bad about my mortgage because that bitch probably makes twice as much as I do.
I don't know. I don't know how. Dude, the most common fucking job in New York City is a fucking waiter.
Dude, the fact that she can afford $3,100 a month.
Well, she said it said that she had. It said she had in the thing. My lease started yesterday, and this is for real how they handed it over to us. I have a roommate. It's a 2-bedroom. I'm not paying that whole rent, so it's a 2-bedroom. So it's 2 people, but still $1,650 for that.
$1,650. Okay, now hear me out. $1,650 a month for that, right? We're paying over $2,000 for what we have, and we're still struggling. We live in Alabama, where the cost of living is a little bit lower, and we're doing fucking great as far as income for what we have.
Yeah.
She's making bare fucking minimum, and she can still afford to live there. I mean, come on. If I made that money, maybe in a couple of years I could buy Mar-a-Lago because it's only 18 million.
Dude, it's fucking ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. And I'm complaining about 2K. But listen, I was looking for places after that happened, and there's places around there, some kind of shitty ass neighborhoods, but you can get a studio apartment for $600.
Yeah. And it's literally your living room, bathroom, kitchen,
in
your
Topeka.
closet.
Like it's you can get a 2-bedroom for $1,000 a month in Topeka. It's insane, like the difference. And Topeka, like I said, Topeka's is a kind of a shitty city.
I mean, dude, you came
to New York City.
You came down here. You were in a hotel here. The hotel was nicer than that shit. The hotel had more room than that place. And that was what, $150, $200? Your company paid for it, but whatever.
Yeah, it was the company
You get
paid
my
for it, but it
point.
was like $300 a night, I think it was. 350, something like that. It was expensive, but it was still the hotel room was bigger than half that apartment.
Well, you were also in the most expensive place in fucking Nashville too. So
that was in the Grand Ole Opry. I was in the place where they have that is the Grand Ole Opry. There is where I was staying. It was 300, and it was
you
only
were in
350 a
eyesight of
night.
it.
That
You
was
were in
only
eyesight of it. Yeah.
$350 a night to stay in the Grand Ole Opry. Like, and these motherfuckers are staying $3,100 a month in that. Yeah, it's and once again, they gave her $1,800. That's a little over 1 month. 1 month. Yeah, she had $150 left over for 2 years. That was 1 month's rent.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to ramen noodle hair and my favorite Daniel Shitberg.
All right.
Fucking
All of us
Gavin
here today
Newsom's
have heard
baby
the
boy.
stories of the depths of human depravity from the Hamas attack, resulting in unthinkable brutality, including the mass murder of innocent Jews and civilians on October 7th. Witnessing such barbarity steals part
Mind you, she's Jewish.
of your humanity, and it demonstrates how hatred can drive humans to do unspeakable things to one another. And nowhere is hatred
Why does
more
only
evident
half
than
of her
on
mouth
social
move?
media. Since the October 7th attack, anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim hate speech has exploded online. In just 1 month after the attack, the hashtag Hitler was right appeared in over 46,000 posts. But the rhetoric isn't limited to hate speech and death threats. Jewish conspiracy theories and disinformation continually find safe harbor on social media platforms.
Wait a minute. I want to get that pause.
46,000 posts. But the rhetoric isn't limited to hate speech and death threats. Jewish
Come on.
conspiracy theories and disinformation continue.
Wonky eye. He's literally looking at Matt Schellenberger and that other fucking
the Troy lady.
Thumbelina. She's looking at Thumbelina on the side.
Holy hell.
Never
and that's
mind
her with makeup.
Super
Could you
Mario.
imagine what she looks like in the morning with no makeup?
Like half of her, like I do it too, but at least my whole mouth moves. You know, I do pull up like one side of my mouth when I'm talking sometimes, like when I'm being sarcastic or something, you know. But this bitch is just like one nostril up, the eye wonky as fuck, and just talking out. It's like Two-Face. That's the best way I can put it. She's fucking Two-Face. Like half of her side, the side of her face, maybe it's reconstructive surgery or something. She looks just fucking downright demonic.
She is.
I mean, it's just like, I don't even know, but listen to the bullshit she fucking talks about this. Mind you, she is Jewish.
Continually find safe harbor on social media platforms. Even the racist and anti-Semitic Great Replacement theory was recently amplified on Twitter/X by none other than its owner, Elon Musk, and the right-wing darling, Tucker Carlson.
Okay, hold on. They want to say the Great Replacement theory is racist and anti-Semitic. Okay, let me tell you what the Great Replacement theory actually is. Ladies and gentlemen, the immigrants are being led into the country to replace all Americans. They want to say it's because, they want to replace the white people. They want to make the white people less dominant or push them down so they're not the dominant color of skin. Absolutely fucking not. The Great Replacement theory is saying, ladies and gentlemen, they're coming across the fucking border, number one, to take your jobs. Wait a minute. Wasn't that AOC's second point when she was addressing New York City while they were screaming, close the border? They're here to take your money. Wasn't that her first point? And if you say anything against it, it's somehow racist. Wasn't that her third point? God damn. It's like it's fucking true. But they want to call it racist because it's white supremacy. It's white supremacy that these immigrants are coming across the border to take your money, to take your jobs. And if you say anything about it, you're racist. Yeah. That's the great replacement theory. Ladies and gentlemen, chalk one up for the conspiracy theorist again.
Terrorists use the platforms to terrorize target populations, and Hamas even used the personal accounts of hostages and victims to live stream their brutality to incite further violence.
Now, I'll say this. She does
Yes
make a
or
point.
no, should social media companies allow rape and murder to be live streamed by terrorists on their platforms in order to create fear and incite violence?
I believe that would violate their terms of service, would it not?
So your answer is no, it should not do, they should not be allowed to do that.
Live stream rape and murder? No,
Right.
I think that would count as speech that would be prohibited under their terms of
Good,
service.
good. You do have absolutist policies, but
I do.
I'm sorry, what? You have absolutist policies. When the fuck did this motherfucker say free speech is absolute? He just agreed that rape and murder should not be live streamed on any social media site, but he has absolutist policies. Now, I will agree with her. Rape and murder should not be streamed on any platform. But how is that absolutist policy?
Because that's what they do. They take your words and they turn them around. They turn it. Okay. Oh, so you don't think rape and murder? Okay, so then you believe absolutely that they should censor what things should be on there then. Not what I said. But that's the question I asked. Answer the question I asked. You heard her. Yes or no? No explanation. Yes or no?
Yeah.
She does it all the time.
She'll do the reclaiming my time shit too.
Yeah,
right here.
But she does that all the time. Yes or no? Does bologna belong on cheeseburgers? Go. Well, I don't. It depends on yes or no. Bologna belongs on cheeseburgers. Well, it depends on if you like. No. Yes or no? Well, no. Then you don't believe in bologna. Like, what the fuck what are you talking about, lady?
I mean, I could see her making that argument.
But you don't believe in bologna. That's not what I said. You asked me if bologna belongs on a cheeseburger. I said I don't think so, and you said so you don't believe in bologna. What the fuck?
Yeah, that is what she actually fucking does, and you know it is a weird ass thing, but he is fucking bullseye with it. Because listen,
I do not have absolute. I do not have.
Please don't interrupt me. You have
Please don't interrupt her.
Asked your question. You answered it.
Please don't interrupt
You do have
her.
absolutist policies. At least they have some limits. But I think a Homeland Security official.
With respect, Congressman, all journalists operate
reclaiming
under
my time.
limits.
If a Homeland Security official echoed your opinion, you would call it censorship. But
So-
I'm glad that at least you acknowledge that.
So she can interrupt him. She can attack him. She can say whatever the fuck she wants to say. But when he says no, I'm reclaiming my time. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I'm not done smearing you. I'm not done trying to make you look like shit. Shut the fuck up and take this abuse. That's what she is. That's who she is. And y'all motherfuckers vote for it. You let this bitch sit here and not a goddamn motherfucking person stands up in this fucking Jim Jordan, where's your fucking ball sack? Not too long ago when Stacey Plaskett was saying some shit in the last goddamn hearing, you told her to shut the fuck up in more words than one. But yet you let this bitch run roughshod? Where the fuck is your nuts? How the fuck did you want to be speaker of the goddamn house and let this bitch literally tell this man, you're a piece of shit? Where the fuck do you think you get off not standing up for the American fucking people? but you wanted to be Speaker of the fucking House? I'm glad you didn't get it now. I'm fucking glad you're not the Speaker of the fucking House now. Because ever since then, you've been a bitch in these hearings.
Rape and murder should not be allowed on social media platforms. Ms. Troy, I have the same question. Yes or no? Should social media companies take down brutal images of rape and murder live streamed by Hamas or similar groups like ISIS?
I agree with
No,
Mr.
Ms. Troy.
Now, I want you to understand, she just attacked Mr. Schellenberger. I'm sorry, Mr. Taibbi. Just attacked him. Now listen to the way she talks to their fucking show.
Oh,
Ms. Troy.
Ms. Troy. You were looking at me. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I
she
believe
was
they
looking
should
at the
follow their
both of you
internal
because of her
policies, and they
wonky
should
ass
absolutely
eyes.
not leave content up like that. And I can tell you, as someone who worked on the Christchurch shooting, where that terrorist live streamed the attack, which was horrifying, horrific. We did have conversations. We had official meetings with social media as an international community to discuss terrorist use of the internet and this violent rhetoric on there and what it would lead to more potential violence.
Why are
These
you letting her
conversations
talk?
were done in conjunction with social media companies.
She's giving
and
a
it was up to
speech.
them on their policies to make
You
their
attacked
decision
the
on
dude
whether
and
that
didn't
met
let
the
him
threshold.
respond in any
And
way.
that's exactly the point. Can you talk about, during your time at the Trump White House, did you experience situations where information shared on social media presented a national security concern?
Here we go. Orange Man bad.
Yes, there were multiple times. I will also reference what happened at the El Paso Walmart shooting, where there was reference to the Great Replacement. That manifesto was posted on social media. That social media platform did not cooperate. They did not remove it. And I want to remind people that my aunt was in that Walmart when that shooting happened.
Oh, you poor little baby bitch. I'm sorry. Fuck that. I'm not going to hold back. Your aunt was in that Walmart? Oh. I'm sorry. American citizens are raped, murdered, and fucking assaulted every day by these goddamn immigrants. But you don't give a fuck about that. You give a fuck about your aunt because of white supremacy. By the way, that Walmart that she's talking about, that was the El Paso one where the dude had the Nazi symbol tattooed on him, and they tried to say that dude watched some Tim Pool episodes that made him right wing. That was that motherfucker. The one who took 4 screenshots of Elijah Schaffer on Tim Pool and tried to say he was a white supremacist. It was that dude. But her aunt was in there and she's so mad about it. That wasn't taken down. I'm sorry. Did you give a fuck about the millions upon millions of fucking Texas people that live on the border that are raped, beaten, and murdered from these illegal immigrants? No, you don't give a fuck about that. You don't give a goddamn about that. But you want to point out that your aunt was in the Walmart of a shooting. Fuck you, ho.
And shifting gears, I want to ask about actual weaponization of the federal government, not the bogus red herrings that my Republican colleagues want to chase today, as you referenced in your opening statement. In your time on Trump's National Security Council, how were NSC staffers treated if they pushed back on so-called deep state narratives?
Well, a lot of the time they were fired.
And given what you saw on Trump's fresh threats to literally weaponize the government to attack his critics, what would a potential second term look like?
I think that you would see many experts across U.S. government and the Intelligence Committee purged. There is currently a plan, Project 2025, that talks about exactly that.
Good.
I think that you would see a lot of the expertise be replaced by loyalists. And as a result of that, you would see a lot of damage.
I like how this is all based on speculation, though. The Project 2025 is all based on fourth-hand knowledge. They heard somebody talk about, heard somebody who heard somebody who heard somebody talk about this.
No, Project 2025 is based on Project F, where he said, I'm going to get in there and I'm going to remove every motherfucker, every person that I can fire, Every single fucking one of them. It don't matter if you were loyal to me or not. It don't matter if you speak good about me or not. I'm getting rid of every single fucking one of you. Because I said I drained the swamp. I got knee deep in the swamp. I actually threw some of the swamp creatures back the fuck in. I realize that now. I'm getting rid of all of you. That's Project F that they turned into Project 2025, where he's going to install his loyalists. Ladies and gentlemen, let me fucking remind you. Let me remind you, while he was president, they were saying he's trying to install his loyalists. And then the same people that were screaming were his loyalists were the same motherfuckers that they said are flipping on him. Oh, they're Trump appointed. They're Trump. They're former Trump people like this bitch right here. They're former Trump people. They were his loyalists. Now they're speaking out against him. I'm sorry. Weren't they loyalists not too long ago? Weren't they the maggot crew? But yet, because they speak out and say something, oh, they're Trump appointed. They're Trump appointed. What happened to the loyalist claim you were making not too fucking long ago about that shit? What happened to that? Oh, they're Trump people speaking out against him. Look at it. Why are so many Trump people speaking out against him? Maybe because they weren't Trump loyalists like you fucking claimed they were in the first goddamn place? Not that I actually advocate for that shit in the first place. But maybe it's because they weren't the fucking evil people you thought they were. Yet you herald them as fucking gods because they speak against him. Do y'all not see it? I mean, look, Jenna fucking Ellis. She's the latest one. Jenna Ellis was supposed to be his right hand. And then all of a sudden she takes that plea deal and it's like, oh, Jenna Ellis flipped. Jenna Ellis flipped. Looked at her. But she was the right hand of God to you motherfuckers not too long ago. And now you herald her as the second fucking coming of Jesus Christ. Because of a 1.5-minute clip that was highly edited of her saying he's going to remain in power. Meanwhile, anybody that's on Trump, that backs Trump in any way, doesn't talk like that. Never once has anybody that backs Trump in any way say something like he just wanted to remain in power. Never heard any Trump supporter talk about anything like that. But yet these people that you say are flipping were the people you were saying were his loyalists. I'm sorry. Suck what?
What was the what's the idiot lawyer's name Trump had that was his cover up guy and Trump's #1 lawyer and then
Michael
lied
Cohen?
about it. Oh yeah, that's right, Michael Cohen. Yeah, lied about everything and then he became the be all end all god after he turned on Trump.
Yeah, the same star witness that went to fucking prison for perjury for lying to Congress was the same star witness in this Engeron case, the civil lawsuit fucking case that they got going on, where he lied about lying to Congress, and Judge Engeron said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna let it happen." Meanwhile, during the E. Jean Carroll case, Judge Kaplan told Joe Tacopina, the defense lawyer, multiple times to move on. You can't make your point. Move on. If a judge tells your defense lawyer that he cannot make his point in your defense, how the fuck do you expect to be acquitted? That happened several fucking times. As a matter of fact, there's an 18. I will bring it the fuck up for you guys just to make sure you understand. E. Jean Carroll, motion for mistrial. That's what I am Googling. Go to share this tab instead. I think it's NBC News that has it. Yeah. NBC News actually links to the motion for mistrial. 18 fucking pages where he says, Judge, you have interfered in this case so many motherfucking times. You have told me I cannot make my points. Look, right here. Mr. Ferreira, objection. The court sustained. Correct me if I'm wrong, counsel, but I believe in the state of New York, private individuals can't bring criminal charges and probably have not been able to do so in at least a century or two. Joe Tacopina, which is the defense lawyer. No, they can't.
Wait, we're not seeing it. We're not seeing it.
Oh, here we go. No, they can't. They could go to the police department. The court. That's not what you said, counselor. We have been up and down the mountain on the question of whether she went to the police. So let's move on. We have been up and down the mountain of what we just heard. Can I ask one question? Move on. I guess not. The defense lawyer can't fucking defend his client. And Judge Engeron, as a matter of fact, let me find that. But I will go back and let this play while I look for that because it's actually kind of hard to find. Wait a minute. Why is it? Oh, I hit stop sharing. Shit. I do that a lot.
Those decisions.
Thank you.
Let me find it.
So making sure that we have social media companies that are able to communicate with the federal government to ensure that we protect people's lives and national security interests is critical. Mr. Chairman, we know social media companies fail to adequately moderate content, and this consistent failure spreads hate and deadly information. Hate online jumps off the screen and results in real-world acts of violence. Instead of focusing on real-world dangers, Republicans pillory public officials and academics who call out the companies who profit from the harm that they help cause. Then somehow they twist it into a narrative where conservatives are the victims, even as Trump revives Nixon's enemies list right in front of our eyes. It's time for Republicans to stop gaslighting Americans. And
Here we go. This comes from Newsweek. Trump's defense team again tries to catch Cohen in a lie. According to reporting on X, formerly Twitter, Adam Klasfeld is. I love how they don't link it to it, but you can actually look at that. It would take a minute to go back in as far as what he's done. Adam Klasfeld, a senior legal correspondent at The Messenger, Cohen's second day of testimony started off with more questions from Abba about his previous 2018 guilty plea. The Trump attorney particularly narrowed down on Cohen's statement on Tuesday that he lied when he admitted to tax evasion crimes to Judge William Pauley. New York General Attorney Colin Faraday eventually objected to Abba's questioning. Klasfeld reporting called the repetition a little bit of a circus. Trump lawyer Christopher Klis chipped in, saying Cohen's answers were the circus. In open court, he is now admitted to perjury in front of Judge Pauley. Klis says, according to Klasfeld. After Faraday objected to the assertion, the New York judge, Arthur Engeron, who is overseeing Trump's case, responded, well, that's the definition of perjury, lying under oath. ABC News reported that Engeron told Trump's attorney to not use the word perjury while questioning Cohen. But Abba prompted the former lawyer again to clarify that Tuesday was the first time you admitted in open court that you lied to Judge Pauley. In open court, yes, Cohen responded. And again, according to the former federal prosecutor, even if Cohen perjured himself on the witness stand, it is unlikely anything comes about it. So here's what actually fucking happened. And they erase all the shit, but we've had him on the channel before, Robert Govea. He covers things like this. He went over the thing. What happened was Alina was asking him about the case. She was just like, okay, so you went to prison for lying to Congress about this, correct? Yes. But did you lie to Congress? No. But you went to prison for perjury, correct? Yes. So how did you not lie to Congress? Hey. Let's just cut the day. The next day comes around, comes back. Okay, so let's go back to that. You said you didn't lie to Congress, right? Yeah, I didn't lie to Congress. But you went to jail for perjury. I went to jail for perjury. So are you lying now or are you lying then? I didn't lie to Congress. So you're lying now? And then he just kind of filibusters a little bit. And the other lawyer for Trump stands up and he makes a directed, or he asks for a directed verdict, which means you rule on this right now because your star witness is lying on stand. And Judge Engeron says, denied. This continues. It's a weighted fucking jury, ladies and gentlemen. It always has been and always will be. But that's what happened in that shit.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent motion.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'd ask unanimous consent to introduce a November 21, 2023 letter to Linda Yaccarino, CEO of X, and Elon Musk, owner of X, that was signed by 25 members of Congress expressing grave concern surrounding X's failure to abide by its own policies governing the promotion of misinformation and hateful, violent, and terroristic propaganda videos, and for using that to those videos for profit.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent.
Gentleman from Kentucky's recognized.
Wait, did he say 2013?
No. November 23rd or November 13th this year.
Oh, okay.
Which is actually true. They were just like, hey, we dropped the ball on that shit. Maybe we should have taken it down. We didn't. It was flagged multiple times, but something happened along the way. I can't explain it, but we dropped the ball. So yeah. Let's go to your favorite dude at this point. And if y'all want to, again, this is called Hearing on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. I will link this into the actual the chat for you guys. Well, not that I could probably put it in the description. Yeah, I should have. But yeah, I'll link it in the description and put it in the chat. And once everything's done, I'll put it into the actual comments for you guys to watch this whole thing. And I urge you do. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Goldman himself, let me give you a little bit of backstory about this shit. This is the same dude who went in closed door sessions with Devin Archer and then came out and immediately got in front of the cameras and said, oh, no, Devin Archer himself, he said he was selling the illusion of access. There wasn't really any access, but when you look at the transcript, he asked him several times, 3 times, rearranged the question all 3 times, and then Devin Archer's 2 times is just like, no, that's not it. He was actually selling access. No, he was selling. Well, I guess if you put it that way, yeah, I guess it could be the illusion of access. And then he went in front of the cameras and said, nope, ladies and gentlemen, he said he was selling the illusion of access. He rephrased his question several times so that Devin Archer would say yes. And this is what we get with him. I got to pee again.
Why we are talking about Donald Trump? The answer is because this subcommittee is called the Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. And because of that, the only evidence that we have here in front of us today about the weaponization of the federal government is from Ms. Troy, who has outlined in detail, and I'm sure she has more detail, how Donald Trump weaponized the federal government against his enemies and for his own political interests, and how he intends to do it again. So if we really want to talk about the weaponization of the federal government, we should talk about it. And that's Donald Trump. That's not this grand, crazy conspiracy of how the administration has utilized the social media companies against whom the First Amendment does not apply in order to suppress speech. This is actually the second hearing, I guess our quarterly hearing now, on the Twitter files with the same witnesses that we had. In the first hearing, I asked Chairman Jordan if he could identify any evidence of the government under the Biden administration actually censoring anyone through the social media companies. He pointed out to me an email on January 22nd from Clark Humphrey to flag a tweet that was from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as evidence. The problem was, and the chairman did not acknowledge this, the tweet was never taken down. How can you have censorship if the tweet was not taken down?
Why is the government getting involved with a fucking tweet in the first place?
Exactly. Now, I want y'all to see the look in his fucking eyes right now.
Yeah.
The tweet was never taken down. How can you have censorship if the tweet was never taken down? Maybe because the government was paying these motherfuckers to take down other tweets other than that.
Maybe the fact that the government was paying them at all is a fucking problem.
Your tax dollars went to paying Twitter to censor you.
And that is why it's against the First fucking Amendment.
Well, the First Amendment says the government can't censor you. It says absolutely nothing about the government using a company to censor you. That's their argument, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
In a nutshell, the government can't censor you, but it says nothing about us using a company to censor you.
We never told everybody they had to close their doors and not let people in during the pandemic. We just advised it. And, and if you did open your doors, the police would come and tell you had to close your doors.
We never told everybody you have to take the jab. We just advised it.
And we never told anybody if they didn't take the jab, they couldn't go to work. We just told companies that we wouldn't give them money or fund them if they didn't get their people vaccinated.
We never told anybody that the unvaccinated shouldn't be able to have health care. We just advised it, ladies and gentlemen. We never told the hospitals that all elective surgeries and anything that isn't prioritized for COVID should not be in these hospitals. We just advised it. That's exactly what he's saying.
We never told you had to go into a parking lot of a Home Depot to get your shot. We just put tents up there and advised you to go there and get your shots.
We never told these doctors who were telling you the absolute fucking truth that they were liars. We just told Twitter to censor them and tell everybody they were liars.
We never told YouTube to take down videos from actual doctors who studied these things and who were against people or who were for people to, use their own opinions and speak to their own doctors. We just told YouTube it was misinformation.
Yes. And this is
the seriousness is laughable. That's why every social media platform is a company and can be controlled.
And what's going on with Twitter now? Oh, that's great. Media Matters runs a hit piece where they create an account, create multiple accounts, wait 30 fucking days so that ads will show up, and then sit there, follow known people to spread anti-Semitism, and wait for an ad to pop up underneath their post, not in their comments section, because these people don't have a huge following, so they're not getting monetized. Not in their comment section. They see a post and then they see an ad right up underneath it. Hey, Disney, your ads are showing up underneath anti-Semitism. Hey, Walmart. I don't know if Walmart's involved in that. But hey, all these other, 18 companies.
Toyota, I think, is involved in it.
Toyota, yeah. All these ads are showing up under anti-Semitism. Meanwhile, they took one fucking tweet and hit refresh until an ad popped the fuck up. And then ran the story. And all these people, you don't think these fucking companies know exactly what happened? You don't think they know this? Come on.
I'm sorry. So then when the news runs a story about anti-Semitism or some people beating up a certain ethnic group during the pandemic, and then they run an ad for Toyota, Pfizer, McDonald's. Same fucking thing, right?
Yeah.
Same fucking thing, right? They I guess McDonald's and all them, they're funding hate then. They're funding all of this stuff. It's the same fucking thing.
Which spurred on this comment from Elon Musk.
No. What do you mean? If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself.
Right.
But go fuck yourself.
Woo!
I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
Bob Iger. He's the head of Disney, which spawned a whole bunch of memes. And my favorite one is this one right here.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
The dude scares the shit out of me. But I'm behind his ass on this one. I am. I'm fucking behind his ass on this one.
Why, dude? Why does he look like a 1980s bad guy?
I don't fucking know. Hold on.
He looks like a Russian bad guy in the 80s. Look at his fucking hair.
He's got Asperger's. But you're right. He does look like an 80s fucking like Bond villain. It looks like his skin's pulled back. He can't even lift the sides of his mouth. Like, dude, you ever seen that movie Star Trek Insurrection?
No, I haven't. No,
you need to, because the main villain, like, they do these little skin pull techniques. It's kind of like a makeshift Mexican facelift where they just pull the skin back and his face is all just like, nah. That's what he looks like. As a matter of
he looks like the lady from Monsters Inc. that said, Mr. Wazowski.
Let me see. Images. I'm sure the images were there. Jesus. The skin pull thing. Here we go. Visit. Go fuck yourself.
Jesus.
Come on now. It's there.
Share the screen.
All right. Let's finish this shit up. Every multi-billion-dollar company is funding the most horrible things in the world. Shit rolls downhill. Yes.
Yep.
And seemingly, The only fucker that is standing up is the same one that wants to put a chip in your fucking brain. The only person that's telling the world, hey, this is really happening. Some shit's going on. Your government is fucking you over. Wants to put a chip in your brain.
Just tells you how fucked up this world is right now.
Did any scientific writer ever call this one yet? I don't know what book this would be. Like Atlas Shrugged has nothing on this shit right now. So this is fucked.
Idiocracy? Let's not go down that road. Let's not go down that road again. We don't have time. We don't have time.
How can you have censorship if the tweet was not taken down? And since March 9th, that hearing, this committee has had 29 witnesses.
With a gentleman, you?
I will not only just because I have a bunch. You're the chairman, so I'm sure you'll respond after me. The 29 witnesses have testified, and every single one testified that the government never coerced, pressured, or threatened any social media company to remove any content. Mr. Taibbi, I introduced a letter.
The government never pressured. They just paid for it.
X, let's call it X.
Using your tax dollars.
When Elon Musk took it over.
They paid Twitter to take down the fucking Hunter Biden.
From
Yes.
November 21st. Have you read this?
No.
Well, do you think it would be problematic if X leaves up terrorist violence and propaganda in violation of the terms of service?
Terrorist violence or terrorist propaganda?
The Kingman?
If it violates their terms of service, is
That
it,
guy-
is
I
it
don't know.
problematic?
Well, it depends
Kingsman.
on what the content is, but they're a private company. They can do.
I don't
what
know.
they want
I
with
don't think I watched the
content.
movie.
Aha!
The Kingsman?
Oh, you missed it.
The Kingsman with what's his face? Dude from
I don't know. I never watched the movie.
it's the Kingsman.
But here you go. This is what you wanted, Davey.
Propaganda.
If it violates their terms of service, is it problematic?
Well, it depends on what the content is, but they're a private company. They can do what they want with the content.
Aha! They're a private company and they can do what they want with the content.
Not when the government pays you to take it the fuck down. That is no longer a private company at that point in time. What he just did in this whole damn thing, ladies and gentlemen, he took something and said, hey, should this horrible shit be taken down? Yeah. Okay. So if they deem it to be taken down, that's correct. Yeah. Well, it depends what the content is, but yeah, they're a private company. They should be able to censor that shit if they want to. Aha! We can censor the Hunter Biden laptop story and pay them to do it then, right?
I'm sorry. You did it wrong. He went, aha!
Sorry.
Listen, dude, I didn't hear it the first time, I heard it the second time you played it. You went, aha!
I think the lizard voice came out in him. He couldn't hide it. Let's go back for that.
It was another voice. It kind of goes with the Goldman name.
Is it problematic?
Well, it depends on what the content
May
is.
the Schwartz
but,
be with you.
They're a private company. They can do what they want with the content.
Aha! They're a private company.
Now that you say may the Schwartz be with you, I do want to bring this up. I'm going to Google this. My wife did this and it fucking amazed me. I'm going to type in Jewish space Yoda.
He's Jewish.
Jewish space Yoda. You go to images. Oh, it's not on mine. What the fuck? It was on hers. We were having a conversation one night, and we were talking about like we were talking about like parodies and movies and shit, and she brought up the Jewish Space Yoda thing, and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And she goes, Jewish Space Yoda. She Googles it, and it immediately brings up first fucking picture is from Spaceballs, where Michael or that Michael Ball dude.
Share.
Oh, it comes up for you. Jewish Space Yoda comes up for you.
Look at the first picture, though.
Where's the Spaceballs one though? The Spaceballs.
Right here.
Yeah. That's it. That was the first fucking picture that came up on her Google searches, but it damn sure didn't come up on mine.
Spaceballs the flamethrower. Spaceballs the cereal. The kids love it.
I sat there for like
we watched
20 minutes in bed when she did that shit, and I was just dying laughing. I was like,
we watched
Space Yoda. That's what you
we
know.
watched that the other day for the first time in a long time. I don't care what anybody says, it's still fucking hilarious. How come nobody told me my ass was this big?
That shit was great, especially when they went to ludicrous speed and the dude's just like watching it on the video at his point in that movie. That shit was fucking wonderful. Oh God! All right, let's go back.
How many assholes do we have on this ship? Yo!
If you've never seen Spaceballs, what the fuck are you doing with your life?
It's still. What do you think, sir? You think we're taking this a little too literal? He said comb the desert. You guys find anything over there? We ain't found shit.
It's the black guy with a fucking comb, a hair pick. We ain't found shit.
Oh, 1-800-Druidia. Fuck.
Hold on.
Fuck. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you are going to get when you come now to the show. This is what you will get from Off Label Podcast.
Spaceballs, comb the desert.
Sir, what? Are we being too literal?
Lord Helmet.
We're following orders. We were told to comb the desert, so we're combing it. Found anything yet? Nothing yet, sir. How about you? Not a thing, sir. What about you guys? We ain't found shit.
And it's so fucking small. All the other guys have these big fucking combs. They got this little ass pick. We ain't found shit.
You damn sure can't make that today.
But it's not. But the thing is, like, it's subtle. It's like it's subtle comedy. Like it's just this little pick. These two black dudes with a pick. And just we ain't found, and it just it's just so funny, and they make fun of everybody in that whole entire movie, and it's just so great from start to end.
And the fact that you can Google Jewish Space Yoda and pull it up, but I can't.
It's
I don't understand what caused. Like, I Googled Jewish Space Yoda and it came up yoga. What the fuck?
And they got Spock in a couple pictures. Like, come on.
So Leonard Nimoy is Jewish now? All right. Hey, let's finish this one off.
Yeah.
God, I got to get to bed.
Yeah, they can do what they want with the content. Do you think it's problematic that X would profit off of terrorist violence propaganda and content on their social media platform?
Well, first of all, just to go back to
No, just answer the question. I don't have time. Do you think it's problem if they profit off of it?
Well, if the company makes money doing what it does, I don't necessarily see a problem with that.
Okay, interesting. So let me just move on, because you said the
difference
biggest concern,
between-
sir, I'm sorry. You said the biggest concern that you had from the Twitter files was the systematic flags for social media companies. Now, that Stanford EIP that you're talking about, I'm sure you are aware.
I'm just going to cut him one more little time here. With him saying that kind of shit, okay, so do you think it's bad that they profit off of that? I'm sorry, if it's a news organization showing you what's actually fucking happening, no, it's not a problem if they profit off of it. It's a problem if Joe Blow motherfucker says, hey, Trump supporters are going around shooting motherfuckers, and it's showing you Hamas murdering people. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Yes, I use that example because it did happen.
What
on
about
Twitter?
What about a news organization putting up a ticker about how many people have died for about a year?
Oh, you're talking
What
about
about
with the
yeah,
the virus that shall not be named.
What about that? What about the news profiting off of that? What about the news profiting off the riots? What about the news profiting off of all the images from the Palestine and Israel conflict? What about what about that?
I mean, if they're showing you what's really actually fucking happening, I would say no. But if they're profiting off of misinformation, yeah, it's a problem. But if they're actually showing you what's happening, if they're actually doing, real fucking journalism, yeah, they should make their money for it because they're putting in the fucking work. Honestly, if they're being honest and upfront, they should make their money. But if they're being like that Karen dude who's going after fucking a little kid for blackface, no, he should be reduced to Substack for people who want to pay for his bullshit. And that should be it.
Kind of like Joy Reid and all of MSNBC.
CNN, Fox News, Newsmax.
Yeah.
Yeah. Newsmax actually ran an article one time saying that half of Trump supporters want him to install his own loyalist or something. And the reason why they made that claim was because the 51% that they were actually claiming was because the question was, do you think MAGA is a problem? And 51% said, no, do you think MAGA is a good thing? And 51% said yes. And then they ran the headline of 51% of all Trump supporters want him to install his loyalists. And I'm just like, what?
Where has documented
Let me see if I can find that.
the social media platforms to whom they flagged potentially problematic tweets took action on only 35% of them, and only 13% of them were removed. Mr. Schellenberger, you said the biggest problem, and let me just ask you, Mr. Tybee, real briefly, you would agree that these flags, that the systematic flags that you saw were flags for a violation of the terms of service of the social media company. Is that right?
Sometimes, but sometimes in the case of the instances like Congressman Massey, they were actually true information.
Well, that may be the case, but the flag was for a violation of the terms of service.
It's for their interpretation of a violation.
And then the social media company has to determine whether or not it is actually a violation of their terms of service. And in 87% of those flags, they were not removed. Mr. Schellenberger, in brief time, you said that
87% was
the biggest
not
problem you
removed.
have is the censorship that you talk about is election interference. Do you agree that Russia used social media, including Twitter, to interfere in the
87% of what the
2016 presidential election?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hold on. 87% of what the government wanted to be removed was not
87%.
removed.
No, 87% of what was flagged was not removed.
which was what the government wanted to remove.
Is that what he was talking about, or was
Yes.
he just talking about? Okay, because I thought he was talking about
87% of what the government had asked to be removed was not removed. So you just fucking admitted that the government was telling Twitter to remove shit. And yet you're saying because they didn't remove shit, that's not censorship.
So wait, so play it again real quick because I misheard it. Maybe somebody else misheard it.
There has to determine whether or not media company. Is that right?
Sometimes, but sometimes in the case of the instances like Congressman Massey, there were actually true information.
Well, that may be the case, but the flag was for a violation of the terms of service.
It's for their interpretation of a violation.
And then the social media company has to determine whether or not it is actually a violation of their terms of service. And in 87% of those flags, they were not removed. Mr. Schellenberger, in brief time, you said that the censorship, the biggest problem you have is the censorship that you talk about is election interference.
Full context.
Documented that the social media platforms to whom they flagged potentially problematic tweets.
A little back.
Propaganda and content on their social media platform?
Well, first of all, just to go back to
No, just answer the question. I don't have time. Do you think it's problem if they profit off of it?
Well, if the company makes money doing what it does, I don't necessarily see a problem with that.
Okay, interesting. So let me just move on because you said the biggest
difference
concern,
between-
sir, I'm sorry. You said the biggest concern that you had from the Twitter files was the systematic flags for social media companies. Now, the Stanford EIP that you're talking about, I'm sure you are aware, has documented that the social media platforms to whom they...
Because it's kind of confusing because he's talking about the Twitter files, but the Twitter files were about the government censoring certain things. So yeah, so that's where it kind of gets, if you don't catch that, that's where you go, that's where you don't put two and two together. So yeah, okay, yeah.
And that's where he was twisted. That's the same damn thing he did with Devin Archer to twist words around to make him say it was the illusion of access. Even though twice before he said no, he was selling access. And then he was just like, no, well, okay, this. In that case, I guess, if you put it that way, yes, it would be the illusion of access. And then he goes out in front of the cameras after everything. And, no, even he said it. He said it himself. He was selling the illusion. That was the bullshit. That was the twist, just like he did here.
Yep.
They flagged.
But by the way, no, I had a little bit wrong. Here's actually what I was talking about. Newsmax. 49% of all Republicans want the next speaker to be part of the MAGA movement. However, 58% say they still want Rep. Kevin McCarthy, heirs apparent, to work with Democrats. Okay, you click on this, you go to the little Newsmax thing, and a news survey, you go to the survey.
Change the share screen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Change the screen.
Fuck. I gotta. Which one was it? Let me go.
The 49%.
I got it right here. Back up into mine. Here it is. Here's the CBS News poll. Okay. What is the question? Number 13. As you may know, the Republican Party has a majority control of the House of Representatives. Shit. I'm used to OBS, all right? If it switches with this, it switches on OBS. As you may know, the Republican Party has a majority control of the House of Representatives, and the new Speaker of the House typically comes from the typically comes from the majority party. As Republicans in the House consider their new Speaker, would you prefer that new Republican Speaker be someone who will be loyal to Donald Trump? Yes, 31%. No, 69%. Try to work with Democrats. 71% said yes. 29% said no. Is part of the MAGA movement. 31% said yes. 69% said no. Stand up to the MAGA movement. 51% said yes. 49% said no. There it is. Stand up to the MAGA movement. 49% said no. What was their claim? Republicans want new speaker to be loyal to Trump. Because they don't want to stand up to the MAGA movement. UTAB and StreamYard. Because 49% said no to standing up to the MAGA movement. Ladies and gentlemen, Newsmax says Republicans want new speaker to be loyal to Trump. Yes. And that's the fucking bullshit. Again, be loyal to Donald Trump? Only 31% said yes. 69% said no. In a new survey by YouGov and CBS found that most Republicans want Rep. Kevin McCarthy's successor as House Speaker to be loyal to the former President Donald Trump. Overall, 59% of Republicans want the new House Speaker to be loyal to Trump. Among so-called Make America Great Again or MAGA Republicans, the number is as high as 84%. Another 49% of all Republicans want the next speaker to be part of the MAGA movement. Stand up to the MAGA movement. 49% said no. But 51% said yes. You see how they're twisting the information?
I guess we can call it on that one.
Yeah. It's been God damn, it's 12:30. Ladies, all right, fuck. Hey, Davey.
Hey, buddy.
We need to be more structured with this shit, and we need to stop going off on tangents.
Yeah, I know. Well, we said this was going to go kind of long. This is our first episode together.
Right.
You know, this will be a long one, but from now on, it's going to be shorter and more structured and organized.
Once we get this, all right. Once we get this going, how about this? 1 or 2 stories we'll talk about on all platforms, and then we'll do probably 1 or 2 stories on Rumble and X only.
Okay.
We'll do that. And we'll try to not run over maybe 2.5 hours.
2 hours. That's 62.
Okay, so 2.5 hours it is. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of shit you're gonna get with us. We're gonna go off the rails. We're gonna have fun with this. Me and Davey get together. Anything fucking goes. It's really this way. Okay.
Jewish Yoda.
Jewish space Yoda. Yeah, that's a fucking thing. But yeah, it's gonna go off the rails. We're gonna have fun with this. We're gonna bring you some real shit. We're gonna talk about some things. We're gonna have some fun with this. All right, because it can't be all doom and gloom all the fucking time. But I will say this: I'm proud of Ashley. She's done a lot. I did tell her people were watching. I did tell her people were paying attention. And I wasn't lying, Ashley. But yeah. We will be doing this more often every Thursday. 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central. I've got a lot of editing and shit to do to bring this up to speed for us. All right, Davey, where can they find you?
Well, you could find me on Twitter. Words are hard.
Right.
You could find me on
I'm the
Twitter
drunk one.
I know. I'm just dumb. You can find me on Twitter at MW Troublemaker. You can find me on TikTok at Troublemaker Davey. You could also find me on Wednesdays at the Business Party Podcast, where we do kind of something similar to this.
You just don't go off the rails, and Mama J's
No, we
like,
don't go off the
pull it
rails
back.
as much. No, we don't go off the rails as much. But yeah, you can find us Wednesdays at the Business Party Podcast. You can find me also on Sunday on the Weekend Hangover, where we talk about documentaries and reality TV and stuff like that. It's more of a just wind down for the week. We talk about Survivor. We've talked about Michael Orr and his conservatorship. That was very interesting. We are talking about this week, I believe, the Britney Spears conservatorship and her new book that she came out with. But
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, dude, the Michael Orr conservatorship just blew my mind. So when the Britney Spears book came out, Jackie was like, check it out. And I was like, yeah. And I started listening to it and I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be interesting. But yeah. And then you can find me here on Thursdays. Just having fun, just talking shit. Yeah, man. Like Rich said, I'm proud of Ashley. And yeah, you did tell her people were watching and people were listening. And look where she is now. Yeah,
I couldn't tell her who. I couldn't tell her why. But yeah. I'm proud of her. I really am. And the only reason I'm not there now is because I don't fit into that crew. Because I can't hold my fucking mouth and I drink. That's it. That's the reason why I'm not there as well. But fuck them. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to say fuck them because they're a great crew. They really are. I love them to death. Everybody involved with that. I know some of them kind of personally in that. I'm just going to say this. Look, if I'm too foul-mouthed for you, if I'm not the right kind of look for what you want to bring professional, look, people want actual realism. They want real people. They want authenticity. I guess is the word. Yeah, authenticity. Mm-hmm. And if I'm too much, I'd rather be on my own then. And I don't want to be behind somebody else to tell me I can and cannot do anything else. Still love you. Still gonna follow you. Still gonna do shit with you. Still gonna be there for you and support you. But if I'm too much, I'd rather be on my own.
Listen, man, I think that's the way that's the kind of the way we are at Business Party. We're all a bunch of miscreants. And I feel like we should get up, do our own stuff. Like I'm sick and tired of the. I don't like polished. I don't like polished. I like the ADD. I like the I don't like that it's 4 hours long.
No,
but
no. We got to start pulling this shit back.
But
it's like us hanging out though.
Yeah, but it's a lot of people are that way. That's why we have TikTok and that's why we have Twitter, is because nobody's brain works for a long period of time, and everybody always their brain goes off the rails. Right. And that's kind of what we're doing here. It's like, we're doing this, but it led to this and it led to that. And it's funny stuff. And it's not like, we're leading you into serious. I'm just trying to make people laugh, but I'm also trying to inform people, and a lot of it is I'll say something and a lot of shit. So you'll go, no, well, I'll say something and then you go, this is the whole context of it. And I like that. I like that you are very informed in what, and your shit, where I could just say, 20% of this is that. And you go, well, this is actually where it came from. And, and so that's why, when we talked about it and I was like, because we always had a great thing every time I was on with you on Voice of the People, right. And we would banter back and forth, and you knew a lot about what I was trying to say. Like, I'm not articulate, as we can fucking see. I'm not very articulate.
I'm not either. I
more
struggle with
articulate
the
than
word
I am.
authenticity.
Listen, this is where I'm a lineman. Okay, you go block him, and I go, okay, I block him. But I'm a little bit, but with also being a lineman, you kind of have to know the plays, and you kind of have to know exactly what you're doing.
Right.
It's not just block him. It's okay, you have to block him, but you have to kind of know what you're doing. Because I was a lineman. You kind of have to know there's a technique to being a lineman. So that's how I feel. Where you're more of a quarterback where, you go block him and then this is why, and then I'll go do this and I'll do that and I'll do that. And so, it's kind of, and that's how I feel with this. And that's why I kind of approached you about doing this with you, and you also watch all these hearings, and I love watching these hearings, and I can only get pieces of it, and you watch the whole thing. So, yeah, but
Sometimes 2 or 3 a night, depending on the time frame. All right, guys, with the Voice of the People channel, fuck YouTube. All right, I'm gonna post a little bit of something on YouTube once in a while to kind of bring you over to Rumble or bring you over to X. But fuck YouTube. All right, I took a hit for medical misinformation for the fucking GOP debates talking about the jab. Absolutely not. I'm not doing YouTube. We'll do it with this. I don't even fucking care. All right. Shout out to Rumble. I've said some horrible shit, and not a damn thing has been going on in Rumble. I love you guys. Rumble's fucking awesome. I just brought it to X. I don't know how long that's going to be there because I am an asshole on X. So it's a thing.
I think you'll last on X.
We'll see. But the main thing I do on my channel is we listen to these committee hearings in full. I sit down in the background. I'm playing a game because if I'm not doing that, I'm losing my mind. Either that or I'm looking at news stories. I'm catching up shit and I'm letting people know what the fuck's really going on. All right. I'm feeding information to people for them to be doing their thing in the background. However, I'm doing all this while I'm listening to these committee hearings in full. Shout out to Polar Bear 420. Shout out to Miley. I can't remember the name right now. Fuck. Shout out to Rhino on Rumble. Y'all are fucking awesome. Y'all are with me every step of the way. Y'all are you keep the chat fun. You really do, because y'all just they say some things that just be like, wait, what would that actually happen? And I look into it, and yeah, apparently that. We are forming a good community over there on the Voice of the People channel on Rumble. Y'all check that shit out. Y'all want to hear these committee hearings. Y'all want to hear what your elected representatives are saying. I'm doing that. However, this channel, we're going to do pretty much what everybody else does. We're just going to have a lot more fun with it, because I'm not going to hold back anymore. Look, I love you, Ashley. I'm just not going to hold back. We're not on your channel anymore. All right. I'm going to say things like retard. Fuck it. I'm going to say things like pornography. I'm going to say things like rape. I don't give a shit about YouTube.
You right.
YouTube don't pay my bills. Neither does Rumble. But I don't care. We want authenticity. We want people to say the things that they are actually going to say. And I don't care about offending people. Not saying that you do, Ashley. Not saying that you do at all. I just understand the way the game's played. I'm not going to do that. And I'm sure Davey isn't either, because we haven't given a shit this entire time.
We've been doing the Business Party podcast in May, it'll be 2 years. And I have not given a single fuck about what comes out of my mouth.
But yeah, definitely follow this man right here, Troublemaker Davey. Go through it once again, because I forgot.
So okay, so on Twitter, I haven't really posted much stuff on X or Twitter, but I usually retweet and stuff like that. It's MW Troublemaker on Twitter. I post a lot on TikTok. Troublemaker.davy on TikTok. Just goofy, silly shit. I really don't get political on TikTok. I just make dumb videos. and I just try to make jokes and
Well, I mean,
make
it's
people
TikTok.
laugh. Yeah, and stupid videos, but yeah, follow me there mostly on Instagram. It's Troublemaker Davey. Also, if on my Twitter and on my TikTok, there is an Insta bio in there, and all the links are there. I'll put this one up. I'll have to add to it this one and take away. I will no longer be doing Fridays with Kelly for the immediate future. There's things that have been going on, so I wish her nothing but the best. We're still friends. There's nothing, just like Richard. There's nothing, no ill will or anything happened. It was just, some things happened, and so, but yeah, we don't know either. Is not going to be on Fridays anymore. So, but yeah, I will just continue to be an idiot wherever I go because that's what I am.
And we're gonna follow along.
And yeah, listen, I really want this Isle of Misfit Toys to fucking happen because people are just sick and tired of the nonsense. The people are sick and tired of the structural, like that. Even though we're trying to be structural, people are just sick and tired of the structure. They want to laugh. I think people want to laugh. People want to be informed, and that's what I think we're trying to do on most of the stuff that both of us do. It's just to try to get a dick joke out, but still trying to be informed and let people know that this shit is actually happening, folks. Our rights and the things that we have come to not require from our country. The things of yesteryear. A lot of stuff needs to kind of come back. Yeah, thanks for laughing, babe. I know I'm an idiot. I can't help it.
The things we've taken advantage of.
Yes.
The things we've come to expect.
Yeah. But yeah. So that's it. I gotta go to bed.
All right.
It's fucking 12:30.
Yeah, I do. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to change up some things. Ashley is always welcome back on the channel anytime she wants to. And when she does have her internet better and she gets some things going on in life, maybe she could be a regular. I don't know. It's all up to her, all up to what she wants to do. Love you, Ashley. Gotta change up everything. But ladies and gentlemen, y'all have a good night. And remember this. Mainstream media narrative has become cancerous to society. Currently, there are no known cures. I haven't said this in forever. Currently, there are no known cures. But I forgot it. Fuck it. Let's just end it. I'll remember it again. Y'all have a good night.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.